Architectural Symposium here at the UAE Pavilion under the title Pillars of Arish, Architecture and Transition. This symposium is proudly brought to you by the Dubai Culture and Arts Authority. This 2-day symposium, us being on the second day, unfolds here at the UAE Pavilion, exploring the evolving intersections of architecture, cultural identity, and material innovation across the UAE and Japan. Through keynote lectures and panel discussions, we reflect on how traditional knowledge embodied in the Arish, the Faraj, and vernacular landscape continues to inform contemporary architectural practice.
From examining Japanese architectural influences on Gulf aesthetics to discussing site-specific and sensitive design strategies and the complexities of preserving historical districts. These sessions interrogate architecture not only as built form, but as a cultural and ecological agent. With a focus on education, design enterprises, and pioneering approaches to pavilion making, the symposium invites architects, educators, and urbanists to reflect on the shared urgencies of sustainable and contextually grounded development.
As you may know, alongside the symposium, our delegates have spent the past few days exploring Osaka and its neighboring cities, engaging with the architectural character of the region, visiting key sites, as well as experiencing a diverse range of national pavilions through the last 2 days.
Yesterday's sessions included cultural convergence, the impact of Japanese architecture on Gulf regional identity, which was led and presented by Ahmed Bukhaj. Connecting Threads, Modern Heritage's connection to the vernacular and contemporary, with Lina Ahmed, Maryam Ahli, and Fatma Swedi. East to East, Japanese architecture in Emirati contexts, with Takeshi Murayami, Ahmed Al-Ali, and Ahmed Bukhaj. And a presentation by Ahmed Al-Ali titled Harnessing a Site, How to Navigate Through Constructing in a Site-Sensitive Context. And lastly, UAE Design Education, Pedagogies in Design Learning with Lina Ahmed and Marco Sosa.
And now, without further delay, we would like to invite our first speakers of day 2, which are already sat over here. This first session is moderated by Mohammed Al-Shafi'i, an urban planner and master planner, and the session is titled as Shaping a Practice, Challenges and Opportunities in Architecture Enterprises. Joining Mohammed would be 3 different Emirati-led architectural offices, which are Studio D04, Reem Al-Gimzi, and Rakan Luta. So Mohammed, I leave the mic to you to begin the session.
Assalamu alaikum everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. It's an honor to be here among excellent Emirati architects. I'd give a brief introduction to each architect sitting next to me, and then I leave the floor to them to begin their presentations. As Rashid mentioned, it's 3 different studios. We have Reem Al-Gimzi of Architects, which is an award-winning architecture and interior design firm based in Dubai. We have Fatma Zaabi, who is a co-founder of Studio D04. Alongside is Noor Al-Awar, who is her co-founder, and Rakan Luta, who is the founder of his own architecture firm. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Okay. Are you starting with the presentations? Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here presenting alongside such amazing talent is an honor, so thank you so much. My name is Reem Al-Gimzi, and I'm the founder of Architects Design Studio. Before we start, I noticed that everybody, or almost everybody, mispronounces my studio name. It's not Architects, it's Architects. It's just a play on the name Architects, but with my initials. So I graduated from the American University of Sharjah, and straight after I started working in Dubai municipality in the building permit section. And that helped me understand, have a deeper understanding of building codes and what goes into realizing a building in Dubai, and how different government entities come together in the process. I always knew I wanted to go back to design, to go back to the creative aspect of architecture. And so 3 years later, after the birth of my first child, I started architects, and that's why I have that first picture on the slide. Because every time I'm stressed about running my own practice, I look back at this picture and I think, okay, we've come a long way. So September 2014, it was just me, my Maha, and one team member. And then a week before I came to Osaka, we're a team of 20 people. So we have architects, civil engineers, structural designers, draftsmen, MEP coordinators. So, you know, I feel like we've come a long way, alhamdulillah, throughout the last 10 years. Okay, I need to figure out how to.
No, I think. So.
Okay, so at Architects, we do a wide range of projects. We do residential projects, we do healthcare, we've had the opportunity to explore commercial projects, industrial projects as well, and mosques. So this slide here is an overview of some of the projects that we have completed. This project on the left here is our award-winning project. We were awarded, we got the Identity Design Awards for the residential architecture category. And this villa over here is also completed, and it's in Nadishiba. I'm sorry. Okay, and this is also another project in our portfolio. It's a villa in the Palm. And then also we have residential projects on site, and this is one of the ones that we have on site at the moment. We've completed around 57 projects across all different types, and we have around 40 on site. Another very important project that I'm proud of is the HMS Mirdif Hospital. You know, it was such a huge learning leap for us, you know, a studio of our size, to do a hospital and do the interiors and supervise the construction. It's been challenging but so rewarding. And I wanted to say that what I wanted to bring in this project is that culture sensitivity as to how Emiratis want to experience healthcare. And a lot of the way I designed the suites and the let's say the larger wings comes from my experience as an end user. So when I use the hospital, so for example, the birth of a child is, you know, an occasion that we celebrate. So how do I create a room where people can come and celebrate, but also male members of the family can be there, can, you know, enter and exit. So a lot of privacy issues were also looked into in the design of the suites. And I really love these last two pictures at the end of the slide, because that was just a construction process, and to see that skylight being you know, constructed, it was really amazing. These are some of the shots of the hospital from the inside. As I said, we did the architecture and interiors. We also have healthcare projects in process. So the one on the left is actually a new hospital, and as you can see from the slides, we're starting the shoring process, and it's going to be in Nadishiba. This is just a conceptual render, so we still didn't finalize the mass, but it's just a conceptual mass. And then on the right here is an extension to HMS Hospital, because we found that there was big demand and they wanted to expand on the hospital. And these are just some progress images. This project, this is a commercial, it's a multi-use complex basically, so it's commercial showrooms and offices, and also industrial warehouses. And the client wanted to create industrial warehouses, but he didn't want the conventional warehouses. Initially, he had the idea that this can become a cultural space, a place where maybe artists or designers can come. However, that didn't pan out to be the end result. So this is recently completed, and just 2 weeks ago, the building was LEED Gold certified, and that was one of the criteria for this project. Again, huge learning curve for us to coordinate with LEED consultants and understand what goes into a building that needs to be LEED certified. We've also completed a few mosques. So this mosque on the left is a mosque in Ras Al Khaimah. We just did the concept design, and then the client decided to take it and construct it on his own. This was a conceptual, the one on the right is a conceptual proposal for a mosque, but that didn't go through. However, this mosque over here just started construction a week, actually two days before we landed in Osaka. We had, the temporary fence go. And the idea for this mosque is that we wanted something very simple. We wanted the focus to be inwards. And then the mass has these punctures, as you can see in the renders. And the punctures are basically 99 punctures reflecting the 99 names of Allah. And I'm very excited to see this project come to life. And that's my introduction.
I pass it on to Fatma Zaabi and Noor Al-Awar for their...
Hi, I'm Noura Al-Awar, the creative director of Studio D04 and co-founder. My undergrad and specialty is in architecture. I studied in American University of Sharjah, and with me today is Fatma Zaabi, our managing director. She can tell you a bit more about herself.
I'm an architect, of course. I studied in the American University of Sharjah. That's how we actually met. I hold a bachelor degree in architecture, and I also have a master's degree in science of architecture, focused on digital technologies and material science as well.
So we founded the studio in 2016. When we graduated in 2013 from university, we felt that there was a gap in the market addressing what is Emirati architecture, what is cultural architecture, what is regional. And we felt that we wanted to intervene and send our message to the world and define or have a mark in 50 years from now, 100 years from now, what is Emirati architecture. And that is the main reason we opened the studio. Our focus in the studio is architecture, interior design, and product design. We're multidisciplinary. And our main focus is always on cultural referencing, very environmentally specific, playing on space and light, function, and how we are responsive to the environment, and also having a storytelling experience from the narratives of our clients. Most of our work is based on four pillars. The ethos that we base all our projects, whether they're architecture, interior, or product design. First and foremost, like I said, is culture, whether it's the heritage ideas, cultural ideas, whether it's materiality, whether it's context. We redefine those aspects in different ways in different projects serving the clients. Second of all is quality, which is something we commend ourselves in, and we realized early on that it's very important to us that we create meaningful projects that will respond to users and create poetic stories with people experiencing it over the quantities. It's not about creating like 15, 20 full projects a year. For us, it's creating 2 very impactful projects perhaps over the years and building that portfolio of very meaningful projects. Third of all is function. As architects, we really tend to create simple forms that are responding to the needs of the users in very timeless ways, and how that function also in a world that's adaptive is how can we create these experiences in very different, definitive ways. And the last one, which is very important, is user-oriented. We commend ourselves in having very close relationships with clients, sitting with them early on, defining their lifestyles and hearing from them, creating their stories within the architecture. So it's not just about form, and it's not just about how it looks, it's also a different feeling when you're walking in the project itself that is very representative of the client, the user, the public. Our projects also do range from private residential to commercial projects to public buildings as well. This is just touching more based on where we stem our inspirations from. We look into the very rich environment we have, whether they're in the mountains in Hatta, the sand in Marmoum, the beaches we have, the oasis in Al Ain. It's very deep in the layering of the project in terms of there's one facade. It's not one facade to the project. It's deep layers that we extend our inspirations from, and redefining them in very sophisticated ways that match our contemporary lifestyle and contemporary context that we come from today. We live in a very new environment, and for us it's very important to remember the past and interject it into our projects in our own way. We also commend ourselves in the A to Z experience. We are very involved, whether it's in concept design, taking it into schematic and then into the detailed design. The technical details are very important in the project, and carrying it on into supervision. The same team involved in the design is always on site as well. We believe that most of the magic happens of the architecture. Interior is on site with the concrete, with the subcontractors and the fabricators. We're all like one team that come together to create the story for the client, for the user. And that is something very important to our studio. Fatma will take you more in depth in some of our projects, just to give you like a summary.
An idea. So I'll take you first through our architectural projects. A lot of our work is actually focused on residential architecture, a lot of private clients, and what we try to do when we are designing houses or private residences is to make sure the narrative of culture and the user experience is representative in such a way. So one of our projects that we really love and expressed that type of storyline is this villa in Ajman, actually, where we had a huge plot that was completely empty, and it was very desert looking context. So what we try to do is actually take inspiration from the surrounding context and develop a responsive residence that can create private courtyards to basically tell the narrative of the client requirements. At the same time, take some elements from the environment, like the stones that we were inspired by in the site to create the facades as well. So that's the story that we try to create in our residential projects, and you would see it throughout our portfolio. And we've also worked on a range of commercial projects, public buildings, and we've always also focused on the narrative that the building will see, or the context that we're trying to create. So the saddling boxes actually is a celebration of the legacy of equestrian and Jabal Ali, which is one of the first racehorse courses in Dubai. It was completed, I think, in 1990. So when they approached us, they wanted to create a building that actually celebrates the horses before they enter the race course. So this building kind of puts the horses in a platform. It celebrates it in the middle, and the structure surrounds the area where the horses will actually come and be shown around before they enter the race. There's a lot of references of materiality, the wood, the stone. So we wanted to inject it into the site in a way that can celebrate the horses, but also has a reference to the context around it. Actually, it will be in the new development in that area. It sits like a jewel in the new development by big architects. So we're very happy of this achievement, that it would be in the center of a new development. Taking you through our interior projects, we have a different approach to interior. We wanted to, especially for private residences, we want to create warmth. We want the client who comes from a very busy lifestyle in Dubai or the UAE itself to come home and feel rested, relaxed. So taking them away from the busy life, but creating a palette that's very warm for them to live in, and also responding to their different needs. The spaces that we curate to them is very specific to each user and understanding their requirements. A lot of use of natural materials like wood to bring out the warmth in our buildings. We also work on a lot of commercial interior projects, but the goal of the commercial interior projects, when we are working with the client, we always try to attract that concept of culture in the material palette. So we try as much as we can to have very natural looking interiors, or taking a concept, for example, Faryal al-Bastaki, who is very famous in creating those traditional looking clothes fashion for back home in Dubai. So when we developed her showroom, we wanted to celebrate her textiles. We wanted to showcase it in the interior. So we played around a lot with using her fabrics into the space. Another thing that we really focus on in the studio is product design, whether it's commissioned by private clients or led by us. It's very research oriented. This is where my master's degree come into play. I love material science. I love manipulating digital technologies and injecting them in our crafts. So not necessarily going backward and representing the same materials in the same way that we had in the past, but celebrating them in a very modern, sophisticated way. So we create the products in a way that goes through an extensive process of research, as well as focused on small hospitality items. We're a country that's known for our hospitality, and I think the best way to do it is by creating these products. So one of our most dear product that we have that we've developed over the years, the first iteration is basically we started with the commission with Earthy Council. It was a collection of a collaboration with an Italian artisan that celebrated their crafts, and we wanted to celebrate our crafts, which is pottery. And what I wanted to create is to capture the moment where the wind forms the sand dunes, and it was all generated by coding, and it was captured on the forms, and then we used the pottery, the craft that we are known for, to be in those cups that we serve our guests with. So it's a story. It's a storyline that we like to push in our studio, because architecture projects, interior projects take a very long time to reach the public, and we felt this is something small that everyone can have if they are not going to work with us in their architecture or their interior projects. So a small piece of Studio D04 in your homes. And now I'll move them Rakan.
Thank you. Thank you both, Fatma and Noura, for that wonderful presentation. And now over to Rakan Luta.
Okay, so my name is Rakan Luta, obviously, and I'm the founder of Rakan Luta Architects. My firm is exactly 1 year old, so I started last year, April 1. And I would say the reason I started my firm was because I used to always question myself. I used to always think, is it okay? I used to always think that, I used to always be inspired by how a space can really affect you. So I worked at Dubai Holding before I started my own firm, and we used to deliver hotels. And recently they delivered Immerse, which is one of the best hotels now. So, and working in these hotels and entering each space differently, a space could uplift you, and then a space could really give you so much peace, but then there are also spaces that really challenge you. So that for me was a big question mark. Even though I studied architecture, I didn't know the secrets between why each space acted this way. So that led me to starting my own firm. And when I started my own firm, I decided that I can only find out my questions through research. And that's why we like to say that we are a research-oriented firm. And we start every project with research and with questions rather than answers. So I'm going to move to the next slide. I'll run you quickly on how, because I'm sure everyone's more interested in how it feels being one-year-old and being very young running a firm rather than about what we do and everything. So we come from a very collective society, and I'm sure you all know that. So that's something we're very lucky with. And I think it's a privilege that we should always use to our advantage. We come from a community that when I told them I was going to start my own firm and leave my job, 9 out of the 10 people told me go for it. 9 out of the 10 people supported me. 9 out of 10 people said, oh, I'll introduce you to someone who wants to build a house, or I'll introduce you to a supplier. We really are very lucky with the support system we have back home in the UAE. So my first, these are the first few projects. So one of them is for Riverly Group. So we went and they wanted to rebrand they sell watches and jewelry. So they wanted to rebrand their designs. They felt like it was outdated. So they came out looking for us, who are young designers, to really bring back their design to life. And we delivered their store back in September, and they actually achieved double the amount of visitors throughout the months. Other projects are more like renovations, and I noticed a lot of people came for renovations, maybe because it was easier for them to trust me with a renovation before trusting me with their full house. And I think we did a pretty good job. On the left side, we have an office space which we fully renovated and supervised. So we went from, this was more ID, but we went from fit out to furniture selection to everything basically, even the layout, changing the layout. And then in the middle you can see some landscape projects. That was actually a pool project that we were also, which was considered a renovation but for landscape. So I think that's how I started, with renovations and smaller projects. And then with time, we were very lucky to be trusted with someone's house. So we call this house Bain Al Ghaf, and it's situated in a plot where there are more than 10 ghaf trees on one side, each going up to 15 meters. And we really did not want to, we really wanted to actually build the house around the ghaf trees, so to use them as the main feature of the house. You can see on the bottom right picture, it is a render, but that's where all the ghaf is, and it creates a forest-like feeling. What I would say, so part of the research, just to show you how we use our research, apart from the research of the client, and we really dig into their life, we really dig into their daily routines, what they do on a daily basis on weekends, their family, their children, their situations in life. The research also went into materiality here. So if you see the brown solid walls coming out of the house, these are all actually inspired by the pattern that the ghaf trees have in their trunks. And we're still researching on how we could use, if we could use the ghaf material, or if we could use something similar to really portray the whole ghaf image in that area. And as you know, ghaf is a very traditional tree we have back home in the UAE. And then this is another house we're working on. Funny story, they're actually brothers, but they're very different to each other. So you notice that here. We call this the sanctuary because the client really was into functionality and relaxation, to the point that he didn't want a second floor because he doesn't want stairs. So this was nice for us to explore. This was actually a good exercise because we explored a lot of the Japanese functionality, and they're very known for organization, very known to, the space can be used for multiple purposes. So this was an exciting project. And then this is another residential project that we worked on, and this is fairly simple. It's actually an existing structure, but we went, the client was not happy with what existed, so we went and remodeled the whole thing. Then we moved to buildings. So these are two of the buildings we've done. We have a few more, but these are the two first ones. So the bottom building is in Deira. It's in an area where a lot of single people live in Dubai and a lot of low-income people. So part of the research for that building was we sat with a lot of these people in their buildings. We first asked them if we could see their apartments, and then we sat with them and asked them what they would like. And it's a 5,000 square feet plot, so the total built-up area of the building is 18,000 square feet, but we managed to fit in 38 units, very small units, but because a lot of them would share a big apartment between 10 people, instead we created very small apartments that only fit 2, but at least they get their own bathroom, they get their own kitchen. And a lot of them were very interested in renting out once it's completed. The top building was just a concept in Dubai South. It was very interesting because Dubai South demand you to use colorful facades, so that was an interesting process. And you'll notice that the top of the building is angled, and that was part of our research process, and we got inspired by all the cargo and the logistics units in the area. Then we move into more of our exploration. So I like to, with my team, we like to allocate some time during the week to spend on research, even if it's not for a specific project. But we were very lucky that one of our clients does a lot of projects in Zanzibar. So they came up to us and said, we want to create a playground for children. So that was sort of like a pro bono case where we were very excited to really take our mind off the corporate designs or the commercial projects and try something new in a very new environment. Because as my architecture and fellow mates here know, site analysis is pretty similar in the UAE, especially like in Dubai. So this was very, very interesting to look into the site of a completely different country. And that's more of our thought process on the left. You see that we look at flow, gradient connection, how things turn up, and then eventually it shapes up the design. The research part is what ties all our projects. Like I said, it's the common ground between all our projects. And on our website, we actually dedicated a page where we publish this research. So, for example, we had a client who had a child with autism, and we spent a good amount of time researching what is good for children with autism, what helps them, what supports them, and how we can really create the space that would make that child comfortable and his mother comfortable, obviously. So there's a lot of research that goes into the projects, and I think research and design really come hand in hand. They don't come separate. This is me and my team. On the left of my side, that's Jasser, that's my design director. We started together last year in April, and now we're a team of 9. So I think it's a milestone. 4 designers, a structural engineer, an admin, an accountant, and yeah, I think we create a very nice group. I'm very happy with my team. I hope they're happy with me too. Yes, I always tell them how grateful I am for them.
Thank you very much, Rakan, and congratulations on 1 year. We're excited to see the many years to come, inshallah. Maybe this is my urban planning brain, but I was so happy to see that everybody had the user in the basis of their design. It makes me very happy. This is a question to the floor. Anybody can answer this one. I was just asking, how do you guys manage to deal with the client tension when it comes to creative integrity, the pressures that come from the client wanting it to be in a specific way? How do you maneuver around that?
Who would like to answer?
Oh boy. Okay.
Okay.
And you can help.
Okay.
I think this was one of the things I struggled with right when I started, because when you start out, you're so excited to create all these amazing designs with no constraints, with no, interference from the clients. But then reality hits and you understand that there are budget constraints and, different clients, different personalities. Some of them are too involved and, you feel like sometimes you don't always have the freedom to do what you want. So I think, and I don't think you always find that formula. I think it's always something that you learn and you tweak as you go. But it's just trying to find that balance and knowing where to stop. So, sometimes you have to put your foot down in a way and tell nicely the client that, no, this is not going to work. So I think it's that battle of trying to find that balance between both. And I think it's something that you keep figuring out as you go. I personally haven't found that one particular formula.
Yeah. I would say client management is like a marriage in our studio. We always sit with them before they even sign. We have like a whole process of how to talk to them, understand them, if we're gonna have synergy, because we have very strong, I would say, aesthetics, work ethics, the way that we want to take projects that have everlasting effect. So it's very important the client has synergy with us, can understand us, can communicate with us. So it is a learning progress. It is a balance between when to take on the criticism, the feedback, inject their feedback requirements, and when to basically inform them, educate them. This is how we should do it. This is what we think that the design should be. So it's just a matter of balancing, I would say.
Thank you very much. A question to Rakan, considering you talked about your team at the end there and your 1 year in, but mashallah with a team of 9 you had mentioned. So how do you build and retain a strong design team?
Okay, I think it's good that we came on this trip because we talk about this all the time.
We've been venting to each other.
In a good way. So I'm very grateful for this trip. I don't think I met a lot of architects, and I don't think I spoke to Reem about this, and she had the same thing. So it's nice that we all come in together and discuss our pains and sorrows, but then our happy moments as well. So I believe in investing in talent. So my father once told me that whatever money comes back into the company, invest it back because it will pay back later. And it stuck with me. So investing back doesn't necessarily that I want a very nice office. I realized that for me, investing in talent worked best. So I really hunt for very good designers, talented designers, designers with a vision, designers who want to do something. And to retain them in return, I think everyone wants credit for what they do, and everyone wants respect, but then also saying thank you for what you've done. It's great. So I try my best to remind myself to do that, and then they also want to hear it from clients. So I wouldn't take credit if someone spent so much time working on something and I'm sitting with a client. I'll always invite them in and tell them, run them through this project, tell them what you've done, tell them what you see. And I think that works best. But then also from a design perspective, what I noticed is something that really attracted my team to join my company was that a lot of the times when we start the concept process, I let them go and start freely, and I let them really come up with their own concepts rather than giving them a sketch and telling them to work from that. So after they come up with the concept fully by themselves with their own research, with their own inspiration, I come back and sit with them, and then we discuss how we carry that forward. So they really feel like their identity is embedded in the design. And I think that's how it works for me.
Wonderful, honestly, that's really wonderful. I think all creative people ultimately want credit for their work, especially I think at a large scale with architecture, because it's the fingerprint of the city essentially. To Fatma and Noura, 3 years after graduating, you guys have decided to start your studio. So my question would be, if you could go back in time and give yourselves one piece of advice when starting, after all the experience you have gained now, mashallah, what would it be?
One only?
Feel free to add more, honestly.
I think for the most part, don't be too hard on yourself. I think we put so much pressure on ourselves starting that we always thought we weren't doing enough. So that actually did make us work harder. So maybe it wasn't a negative and specific. I can't pick one.
I would say we were very reserved in choosing the projects. We said a lot of clients came to us, but we felt like we were very reserved. We wanted to choose the projects. We said no to a lot of people at the beginning because we felt we wouldn't be able to deliver because we were just starting up, and we wanted to focus on one project or 2 projects per year. And it carried out through the years, but now we're more open to the dialogue of having more projects in, but still having that restraint. I think that we learned from the beginning when we started. I think if we dove in and took every project that came to us at the beginning, would have been in a very different, I think, path than what we are today. We really believed in the slow progress of the studio. But I think that's our journey. I think that's how it shaped the practice at the end. We were at very different levels in our life as, I would say, education, motherhood. It all came to play in the way that we shaped our practice.
Thank you so much. And mashallah, it was wonderful going through the slides, seeing how you guys flourished. If there's anybody in the audience who has a question, feel free to raise your hands.
Thank you very much, Shukran, for listening to your voices and your narratives. I think that's really, really nice, very inspiring for us. My question was for all of you, actually, the 5 of you, and it's with the resurgence of artificial intelligence, because I know it's something that we have to tackle as we educate the next generation, and it's something that's hit us in the past 2 years, 1 year. And I'm wondering, how has that affected the way you look at design as practitioners? And if maybe hasn't at the moment, but maybe something that you're looking into or using. I was wondering if any of you could share that to us.
I'm not an architect, but I've dabbled with AI, or I dabble with it all the time. So maybe until somebody else wants to pick it up. I like to look at it as a tool rather than the brain itself. Maybe you use it to create a base, but then you start editing on it, or the opposite. You would start with something and then add certain elements through AI. And I think it's developing, and as it develops, it will continue to improve and improve. But I don't think I would ever see it taking over any creative role that human beings take.
I think any new technology, anything new, will have people that will be very against it instead of like adapting it and using it for their benefit. Through architecture, we started with drafting by hand and by drawing, and everyone was freaking out when they shifted to programs using computer-aided tools to create their plans. They felt that took away from the craft of architecture. You wouldn't be able to actually design the spaces the same way that you would have done if you actually drafted them by hand. But it actually helped a lot in the progress of the projects, the time, the work. You focus more on creating rather than spending time drawing. So I think it's just a matter of time on how we adapt AI. How do we use it as a beneficial tool to extrapolate what we need into our work? So I think it's something new that, of course, it's going to have its challenges, and it's our fear of it taking over. But at the end, just like what Hamad said, it will never take over the creative brain. It will just be a hand or a tool that we can use.
You want to say something?
I mean, I think with AI, I agree with both of you, and I think it could be that we're resisting this idea of well, not resisting, but we don't trust it fully at this point. So who knows, maybe 10 years from now, it will, cut the design process, in half or make it shorter. In our studio, we've explored AI, but to be honest, on a very superficial level, where we would give the prompt and we try to use it in the conceptual stage, where we try to also extract conceptual images that would potentially drive the story of the project. But there is always that input that needs to keep going back, and I think that's just because we're exploring it prematurely. One of my agendas for this year and the years to come is to really dive into this and see whether that can improve our conceptual exploration of a project.
I'm going to use a very real life example for me, and it's similar to what Mariam was talking about yesterday. So if you remember, I mentioned renovations. A lot of these renovations are for very old homes in Dubai. So sometimes when I ask for the floor plans, I get a very old floor plan with numbers that you can barely read and not in the format you want. So usually people will send it on files with the DWG format, or this isn't the case for a lot of renovation projects. So one thing that AI is very handy for us in is that we upload these plans and we actually ask AI to convert it to DWG format, and it works. So for that, I think it speeds up our process 100%. And that's where it comes in handy for us specifically. But that's a very real life example.
No, that's a very good tip. Thank you.
For that insightful information. We'll try that.
Okay, I would even contribute to your remark on AI, since architecture demands the human element in it. I'd rather push the AI to do the labor work, the Excel sheets, the contracts, and all of the back of the house things, and that will leave a beautiful room for the architects to explore creatively. And this is a good segue to go back to Noura and ask her, as a creative director of the practice, do you enforce the local materials or the vernacular Emirati architecture on the clients that come to you and ask you for a design, or this is something that is optional?
What happened gradually, it's because we do use them in our projects. People come to us for that brief. So they come to us looking for culture in a contemporary way. So sort of like building over the years, your portfolio gives people more like a glimpse of what we do, and you'll find out that a lot of people in our region are actually looking for that very curated kind of design instead of just another like cookie cutter design. So they actually come to us looking for that, which makes it easier. And a lot of our experience, as Fatma said, is educational. Like we do sit with them initially and tell them this, and we find them very receptive of it. They're actually impressed by that aspect and concepts that we do introduce to them.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience?
I don't know if this is a question or a comment, but I'm sitting and listening to you, and my faculty pedagogy head kicks in, and I just can imagine, or I want to imagine our students, like at some point, sitting in your chairs and giving a similar talk. So if I would ask you to give us one advice or one comment that we can take back to our interior design / architecture students who are graduating and going into the field, what would that be?
Work hard. Less ego, less me, less I want to create that. when I graduated, I looked up to the architects that were dominating the architecture industry, but in Dubai, I felt like I wanted to learn from them. I seek them. I was following their work. Working now and starting my own practice and seeing the young generation of architects that apply or we talk to or interview, I felt like there is a lack of that. They were more interested in knowing how we establish the business. Teach me how you're going to start your practice, but not really the pillars of what architecture is, what message we're trying to bring. So I think less ego, less me. I want to create this rather than learning, trying to see how we can create this type of architecture. How can we create this type of interior? What type of research do we need to learn to create this type of work? So that's the advice that I would want to tell the education sector. And less Rhino, please, and more AutoCAD and Revit. They don't know how to draw anymore like a professional. That's my feedback. I'd leave it at that.
I just wanted to build on this. I think also another thing that sometimes we tend to forget when we graduate, I think it's important to maintain that connection with your professors, just so that you would, well, not only professors actually, but be brave enough to reach out to other designers, to maintain that connection. And honestly, this is something I didn't do, and I struggled because of this, because I felt starting off, it was quite lonely and, I don't want pity, but, but basically I wanted to have that dialogue between other experienced designers and seasoned architects. So be brave enough to reach out. Sometimes you might get rejected, but a lot of people are also willing to help out. So to keep that connection, to keep that dialogue, reach out, ask questions. I think that would really, I feel like if I did that, it would have saved me a lot of trauma.
And I think something I think is important as well is letting go. So, when we start designing, there's so many ideas and you want to push them all into the project and you really want to force them all into it, and then it's good to let go of some ideas sometimes. And what we always say in the office is we like the idea, so we'll archive it. Maybe we can use it later, maybe not, but we still have it. But that doesn't mean that we can't dig deeper into one of the ideas that we chose, and it can turn out even better. So choose one really good idea and just keep digging deeper into it rather than putting more than one idea in the same place, and then everything becomes a bit messy.
Except when the client asks you for 3 different options.
Option ideas.
Yeah.
If there are any more questions, please speak to them directly. We end it here. Thank you guys very much. It was an honor experiencing Japanese architecture alongside excellent Emirati architects offering different insights.
Thank you so much.
Round of applause for our speakers.
Thank you, everyone. Please do stay seated as we have another discussion coming up. Thank you, Mohammed, for moderating. Thank you, Rakan, Reem, Noura, and Fatma for speaking. These presentations were beautiful. And again, I would really encourage everyone to utilize their practices as inspiration as well in reaching out to them. So thank you again. But please stay seated. Up next is a lecture presentation by my co-curator of this symposium, Rashid Al-Mulla. The title of this lecture is From Arish to Villas. Rashid is the founder of Mabnai and the co-founder of Mamar Lab in Abu Dhabi. Rashid will trace the architectural journey from Arish homes to contemporary villas to understand how cultural shifts and environmental needs and material innovation continue to shape Emirati domestic life. So I would like to welcome Rashid up to the lectern.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salim. And thank you all for the audience, for Dubai Culture, Her Excellency Ala Badri for being present as well. I think if I want to actually talk about this topic, I wouldn't finish, to be honest, because I think it requires a lot of books, a lot of theses to even look at it. And if you look at it from an urban planning lens, the architecture of housing is the most singular unit we can think about when we think about cities. And if we actually try to perfect the house, we will then perfect the neighborhood, which in together will perfect other elements of the city. Now, because of time and because of not wanting to bore you into an academic journey through Emirati housing, a lot of the slides would be just highlights and a lot of key insights. And I also apologize for my voice disappearing on the last day of the tour, second day of the symposium, so apologies for that in advance. So I think the first thing we will start is with the tent. And to be honest, the tent is the most misunderstood element in the Arabian Peninsula's housing history. It's always looked down upon, it's always tried to be negated with. Even trying to find for archival photos of proper Arab people using tents is not that easy. Tents are very temporal, they're very modular, they shift and change. And there is also an Arabic quote that says, Al-Arab ruhal, which means Arabs are in motion, they're always in transit. And tents really help them to shift and shape on different dune parts depending on the season, weather conditions, availability of resources. Tents for academics is also a problem because there is no archaeological findings of where the tents were. The only archaeological findings you will find is that the trees around that area have been used or they have been, basically they've been decayed. So really for us, academics or historians trying to look at where the tents were, we rely much on oral history. This picture is actually in the empty quarter, Rab' al-Khali. A lot of people think the dunes of Rab' al-Khali are very high. They are, but in relative to other dunes of the same area, the terrain is quite flat. And here you can see Arabs mingling, but there is a partition to the other side of the tent where women are seated. And this is actually one of the first evidence we have of partitioning the men gathering space or to the women gathering space, which actually also pivoted to multiple decades up until 2010, I'd say, where we had separate function spaces for women and men. And we'll go down with this presentation to look more into depth on what exactly happened and why. This is maybe the closest accurate floor plan to a tent. A lot of pictures of tents today are very oriental. They don't match reality. The pictures we find online are of tourist companies taking expats visiting or like tourists to tents, whereby the whole floor plan is wrong. And what we can see over here, the very striking feature at first is the divider. It has multiple names in Arabic. Hereby, because this is a Saudi tent, they call it al-Qit'a, which is Q-A-T-A, as mentioned over here. And interestingly enough, today we saw one of Rakan renderings showing the divider still being used today in contemporary form. Not diving deep much into it, but the main elements you can see is that the women quarter or mantaqat al-Maharam or the Muharram here is always larger than the men area. Because this picture shows only men, we always also get deceived by this. Women spend much more time mingling together, cooking together, and even socializing within what we call a madarib. And madarib is the Arabic terminology to a group of tents, which we'll see in the next slide. And it comes from the word madrab, or something to be struck into the ground, which are the nails of the tent. You can also see here that it's placed in coordination with the wind direction. You can also see here they call it a ruwaq, which I don't really agree with, but you can see the ruwaq, which is the curtains covering around it. And this is the Arabic version of the floor plan we've seen. So British experts who came later on used this as a way to trace exactly how a tent would function and operate. We see here a group of tents in one of maybe the most accurate ways possible. Neolithical and archaeological findings of Jordan showcases that this format of tents was what inspired courtyards in the Roman era, which carried towards, in later eras of architecture, moving towards Islamic architecture and finally contemporary architecture. The courtyard was made in this thinking because it provides privacy to the members of the family together, and it also breaks wind currents. The other temporal format of housing was the Arish, which we are now sitting in a pavilion very much inspired by the Arish. The Arish, similar to the tent and similar also to Japanese architecture, is very modular. It changes, it grows, even the floor plans of it shifts around. There's a technical issue here, yeah. That's okay. And I think the modularity in Emirati housing carries forward throughout the generations. So whenever someone asks me, what is Emirati housing? My first answer is, it should be modular. Because we have changing family dynamics. Families grow, they shrink. And as such, our houses need to befit that. So here's just a brief, quick floor plan of the Arish. Placed also a prototype, which I don't think it exists. It was inside Dubai Museum or the Fahedi Fort, whereby we see that this modular version, the people living closer to the coastal areas added a wind tower or a barjeen in Arabic to benefit from the coastal wind. So when we look into other Arish, we don't find the barjeen because they are more in the desert, but because this is closer to the coast, it actually changes to match that dynamic. And also Arish caused a lot of legal disputes and issues with the land department, which in Dubai it was founded in 1960, because where the Arish end was where the land would end, and then people would fight over it, and there was just a lot of like legal dispute. So it's not only a pain for historians, but also for legal experts to define the boundaries of a house. Now this is a floor plan taken from an Arish in Sharjah, but a lot of Arish don't match each other because each family likes to reconfigure it based on their needs. And we can see here there is a yard, which is the front yard. Surprisingly enough, this is now a Hui, which is the backyard of today. We can see it's been there for a while. And if we look into this is an old photo of Dubai, whereby the Arish are on the banks of the creek. And a lot of these Arish houses changed into coral mudstones when the traders decided they wanted to settle, or when the Arabs decided they wanted to settle. Arish is very temporal. You can always like remove and readjust, rebuild it elsewhere. And this is, I think this picture is from 1950s. And so you can see how the houses are placed in close proximity to one another. This has caused fire hazard before, but the more recent photos of Arish, we actually find they kept the spacings. And today some of these spacings became the sikak, which is, in Dubai we also have a festival, art and culture festival called Sikka, which also celebrates these alleyways as a model of Arab urban planning. The other part of in settlement actually talks about the wind tower houses or the coral mudstone. So it's a mix of coral stones and mudstone to provide the permanency of settlers. And in this picture you can see the example of Dubai, Al-Fahedi district around that time, whereby traders also built different floors, one floor and a half, some of them adding a wind tower. And for those who don't know, and maybe it's we need to actually clarify this, this wind tower is an X shape whereby the wind from the coast would enter into the house through the funnel. And just very briefly, you can see the courtyard here, very present in the sketch. And these sketches are all by Peter Jackson. You can see the front elevation, it's very ornamental, it's very maximalist, it shows character, it also shows how each family wanted to redefine itself or re-showcase itself. And we can also see here the majlis being separated and into different rooms. This is for different purposes. One of them is for the family, one of them is for the male guests, and the other one's for the female guests. And also interesting to note that there are a couple of storages, and sometimes these storages would actually support the business operations of traders. So together, the Arish and the Barjeel, they sat next to each other. Sometimes the Arish would convert into becoming a Barjeel, sometimes it wouldn't. Or Barjeel here meaning the coral and mud-based structures. And this is another photo whereby you can see the Arish, there is a small distancing between them. This was placed later in the 1950s to avoid any fire hazards. So something a bit personal. 5 years ago during COVID, when the lockdown happened, someone actually posted this picture, which is an Instagram post. And my father told me, oh yeah, that's our house. I'm like, wait. So you never told me about the old house you had. And the only house I had of memory is the cement house where my grandmother used to live. He's like, no, I was actually born in this house there, which is also shown here. So I'm like, okay, then can we just start documenting it? He was like, why? I'm like, because there's not much photos. And after just searching more books and older pictures of Dubai, because the house was situated in the Deira district of Dubai, it was hard to find photos of the house, but we managed to find 6 photos. Some of them taken by Qadri, and some of them taken by Ramesh Shukla. So what was the next step after that? The next step after that involved a lot of me going around my uncles and aunts, trying to trace exactly where the house started, where it ended, how tall, what was the length, width, and shape of it. I was told it was a U-shaped house actually, and not a square, meaning that the courtyard was open to the back end of it. I was also told that this small white structure here is actually a rentable space for a shopkeeper. So a shopkeeper would have his small shop downstairs and would live upstairs, and they'd rent for it. So my uncle, not being an architect, but surprisingly hiding from us a very artistic skill, actually sketched the interior of the house. I even don't know how. He told me he's just gonna draw something and show it to me. So this is the interior back end of the house. My grandmother, my late grandmother, Allah yarhamha, when she was alive, she confirmed some of these details, which then also cascaded to me going around Al Goz area in Dubai to actually document it in laser cut wooden layers, this is the end product here, as you can see. So this is a small story of myself towards this style of housing. And because it was situated in the Deira district of Dubai, a lot of people don't know that such houses exist. And the conception of Deira is that it was always just cement mid-rises and never houses. But no, this actually proves a point here. And after this was done, the first prototype, my father said, let's give it to all the family members. So there are like 12 of these now. Yeah. So after this era, and maybe around, so this house was actually built in 1952. It housed my father's family and his uncle. It was demolished in 1974, and they moved to another house in Abu Hail, where Al-Baraha Hospital is, if you're familiar with Dubai. And they lived there from 1975 onwards. My uncle still lives in that same house. My whole thesis was about the whole neighborhood, and actually using the house as somewhat a case study to it. And this thesis was around 4 years ago. A story for another time. And one important thing to note is that most of the majlis were quite tight. They were not wide. And this allowed for a 4-way interaction between guests who are entering the majlis. So the majlis is a gathering place. This is just for the translators to translate correctly. And as you can see, people sat in these narrower majlises can actually speak to the person sitting opposite of them. So not only the left-right axis, but you have the third axis of the people opposite of them. Mainly this facilitated for one or two main conversations rather than today how it is, whereby it's usually you speaking to only one person because of how wide the gathering spaces has gotten. And now into the advent of concrete. I had a fascination with concrete back in 2022. I was trying to find what's the first house built by concrete in Dubai. I'm still trying to run around and chase people to see what is actually the first house built. So this house is 1955 by a prominent trader, Mohammed Al Ghaz. This is his first house built in Port Said. Right now, the house only lived for 7 to 8 years. And I heard from a grandson of Mohammed Al Ghaz that the house didn't actually meet the family needs, so they moved elsewhere. But this is one of the earliest photos of a concrete house I've ever found, to be honest, in Dubai. This picture was taken towards the 60s, but the house was there from 1955 to 1961. An older house I found later on, but interestingly, it's not fully concrete, which is the bank house, which housed Eric Warnstrop. And these photos are from the National Library Archives based in Abu Dhabi. So what we can see here is that even though the columns use concrete, there is still some form of traditional elements. You can see the chandel wood, which is the structural wood being exposed slightly outside to support the roof. We can also see some sort of Arish or like palm fronds used over here to support the balcony. It was a very modest house located in Bardubay. There is not much information about this house, but this is the earliest I could go, which is 1952. With the advent of concrete and the push for government to house all sorts of people, not only just locals, but even government employees, a form of housing arose in the UAE, which is called the Sha'biya housing. I do not want to delve much deep into it because we already have two Venice architecture binaries dedicated almost to this, which were the 2016 and 2018. So me delving into this might not add much. But what we know from this is that they used fully concrete. It was made, at first, it didn't meet a lot of family needs, but slowly with time, the families added towards themselves. Again, we can see modularity here kicking in back as a theme, whereby they added sometimes an extension, sometimes an annex or a mulhaq, sometimes they added places to herd animals as well. And these are just photos from a demolished Sha'biya in Dubai. This is one of the floor plans of a Sha'biya. Now there are so many different architects who worked on this. Even Kishu Kurokawa, which will come to the next slide, visited Abu Dhabi, went with the American architects who designed some of these in Western Abu Dhabi, and had also a critique towards it. But this one, I believe it was the Al Ain Sha'biya, which is a city outside of Abu Dhabi. So when Kishu Kurokawa first visited Abu Dhabi in the early 1960s, he had interaction with the Sha'biya housing. So Sheikh Zayed invited him to figure out housing for the UAE because he was very famous for metabolist architecture and housing in the Japanese context. For those who don't know Kishu Kurokawa, he's a very prominent Japanese architect, one of the people who led the metabolist movement as well. So this is word for word from his diary account of visiting the Sha'biya in Western Abu Dhabi. So for context, this is very far away from the cities. It's in Western Abu Dhabi region, around 2 to 2.5 hours away. But what he saw is that people would house their animals and livestock feed inside the houses and live in the tents outside. And he was like, just in summary, what actually happened, which Kishu doesn't mention, is that the AC broke down when he visited. And to repair the AC, it takes a month and a half for someone to get to that area of Abu Dhabi. So Kishu Kurokawa, although he was making a statement saying that Bedouins can't live in California-style housing, his statement wasn't 100% valid because we also have the pre-context that something interesting he said is that the tent was generational knowledge compounded, and the Bedouins are the master of these tents. They exactly know what to do with it. They exactly know how to craft with it. And involving us as architects, as foreign architects coming to that without the context, might lose the essence of it. So then towards modernity, and when concrete came with it, a lot of contracts came, a lot of expats came into the UAE to support engineering, for example, engineering, healthcare, multiple different sectors. And these expats actually sort of influenced the very early post 1970s houses. This is a house in Jumeirah which is demolished. Very interestingly, maybe one thing to point out, which I'll delve more into, is the concrete blocks you can see here, which is called breeze blocks. Some people also call them sunscreen blocks, breeze solid blocks. But in this context, it's actually called the breeze blocks, and there is a whole history towards it, which I'll dive slightly deep into. And this is the second time I'll mention California. I'll mention California 3 times in this presentation. So these breeze blocks were actually a response of post-World War I by an American architect. His name is Edward Stone. He traveled to China, whereby he saw the bamboo screens being used, which allowed for wind to pass by, provided privacy, allowed for airflow. So he wanted to sort of replicate that in a concrete model. And he also thought of blocks because he wanted something that can be scaled, quickly built out, and can actually form as something to break the harsh sunlight of California, but also allow the coastal breezes of California. So how does Edward Stone connect back to the Gulf? The United States Department of State, which is the foreign ministry, they commissioned Edward Stone to design the US Embassy in New Delhi. And when Edward Stone visited India for the first time, he noticed how humid and hot the weather is, and that because India is an Eastern culture that celebrated and wanted privacy, he thought of, after the construction of the embassy, that he'd add a whole facade of breeze blocks, which you can see slightly over here being mimicked. This actually influenced for the introduction of breeze blocks towards India, Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and the Indian engineers, construction managers, and architects brought the breeze blocks to the UAE and the Gulf region. So this is an Eastern thinking made into a Western concept and then reintroduced back into the Eastern context. And you can see here, this is a house in Jumeirah, which is built by Al-Hajj Saeed Luta. And initially he built it to house one family, but then he built a second floor and added different apartments to it. It still exists, it's still there. It's on a street called 51A if you want to visit it in Dubai. And this is a morning march that used to cross this house every single day. We can see the breeze blocks very present in the staircase so that the apartment renters can navigate to their apartments without anyone seeing them, which made quite sense for the UAE because it blocked sunlight, allowed breeze to enter in, but also provided privacy. Another interesting house that was being built first as an English bungalow, but slowly, because he watched a lot of movies, he decided to change it into an Eastern pagoda. This house in Al Wasl first began construction in 1965, but because of the complexities of finding someone to execute it, it took until 1985 for someone to live there. And the surprising part is, this house is actually, for those who are living in Dubai, they might know this name. Allah yarhamah, Zakaria Dawla. He was a Syrian businessman, very important person, very close to Sheikh Rashid. When he finished building the house and visited China, they told him this is actually more Indonesian than Chinese. But at that point, he didn't want to dismantle the house. But this house really showcased that in the UAE and in Dubai's context also, everyone had the freedom to design how they wanted their house. So we had a kaleidoscope of different shapes and designs and features of houses in Dubai of different styles. And funnily enough, in 2019, I read a tweet, someone comically saying, if we actually dug 500 years later, if we actually dug to see the archaeological findings of houses, we wouldn't know which empire us would be part of. But this flexibility and modularity also ties all the way back to the tent housing. So this always carried upon us. And even like clients expressing their wants and trying to enforce their demands on architects is always a struggle. Maybe the architects who spoke in the last session can tell you more about it. Another also famous typology that arose was the Aramco typology. Aramco is short for Architecture, Engineering and Contracting. It's found by Salim Al-Musa and Abdullah Al-Musa. And this is the last time I mentioned California. Interestingly enough, Abdullah Al-Musa studied architecture in California, and he thought that the Palm Spring houses and the LA houses fit with Dubai's own context. So he actually brought this typology to Jumeirah first, but also to Al-Wasl, Suqaim, Sufuh, and other parts of Dubai, whereby these small modular houses housed a lot of expats. A lot of them still exist today. This is another Aramco villa as well. And interestingly enough, also in the 1980s, this is very close to my house. And when I took this picture, I was like in shock. This is a very recent picture. But funnily enough, the mosque behind it is Ottoman style, like Turkish Ottoman style. And the house in front of it is a Tudor style housing. Built right next to each other, built somewhat in harmony. And I think this is what makes housing in the UAE context very special, is that everyone had their own customized and essence to it. And maybe one way that I want to look at this sort of housing and how to preserve it is actually trying to push these homeowners, instead of demolishing it and rebuilding something else with it, to reshape or readapt to other things. I'm just going to quickly include two examples. One of them is an art cultural center, sort of, very small, located in Al-Mamzar. Ghaith Abdullah's grandmother house, when she passed away and no one lived there, they basically wanted to rent it out to expats or like migrant workers, but Ghaith had a different idea to it, and he saw a gap in the market, which is not having a lot of studio spaces in Dubai or exhibition areas. So he converted his grandmother house into a small cultural center in Mamzar. And another example is Heel Cafe in Jumeirah, whereby the Kharbash family, instead of demolishing their small humble home and building a larger home, renting better, they actually turned it into a whole culinary experience. And I think these two small examples, there are so many of these that are popping out everywhere right now. They really help us to document this sort of period of housing. These structures can survive the next 50 years even. They're very stable, they're very solid. So potentially somewhat looking into the policies of reusing zoning laws for this sort of housing might actually help the homeowner to redecide before demolishing the house. In the 1990s and the next decade, we find a lot of different styles of architecture, but also heavier facades starting to appear. Mediterranean styles, Italian styles, Spanish styles. So some examples here include, this one is right in front of my house. It's a Greek style housing, very heavy on the facade, but also very expressive in nature. And this sort of, this is like, for me, I call this the final boss of classic houses. And it's a lot of different languages in one facade. None of them are connected to one another. This is a house that's currently existing in Muhaysna, but the renders don't show that. They show mountains, which is not super true. But this is for me like the final level of where we reached. And the interior spaces of them also were super maximalist. They were all over the place, chairs, sofas, paintings, TVs, screens, you name it, a lot of rugs. And I'll come back to this at sort of the end of my presentation because there is a critique supporting this again, which I'll come back to it at the end. And as you can see, they tried to put as much as possible of things. And I think in our culture, we like to cling on things more than the Japanese culture. So this maximalist approach also supports our behaviors of having larger storage spaces, whereby Japanese architecture is more about minimalism, more about just keeping what we need. And also some of our delegates mentioned this as soon as they arrive into the hotel room. Not having a lot of closets, for example, was one thing I heard. And this is just the floor plan and how the Majlis Annex is actually then segregated from the core villa function. And then a new contemporary sort of arises around 2010, inspired first by Kuwaiti architects such as AGI architects who experimented. They brought in these models from Europe mainly, because Kuwait's landscape is a bit different than ours. I always try to say that Kuwait housing architecture is maybe 5 years ahead, and we always will get that, because growing up, no one would have told me that his house was 3 floors, but now because the housing plots are getting smaller, 3 floors are becoming more common. As you can see, the facade is very minimalist, very contemporary, maybe tied again back to the notion of clients being well traveled around. They saw a lot of houses, but even like the appetite also changed. Here you can see another villa in Jumeirah. By the way, these 3 photos are taken by Abdullah Al-Istad, an Emirati photographer. Hereby you can see how on top of this contemporary style, there is a bit more consideration towards sun direction, whereby they've placed it a lot, they've extruded the facades most exposed to the sun to create pleasantful balconies. And this is also another form. But also, the Emirati client brought back courtyard in a different way. Now we have a lot of U-shape, L-shape houses. What we saw in the 1990s was more of rectangular or square with no courtyards. This is a response to privacy. This is a rendering of an L-shaped villa whereby most of the interior functions is where the facade glass are located in, and it's not exposed much to the road. If you speak to, for example, Ahmed Al-Ali or Ahmed Bukhash, they can talk much more than me about this sort of privacy. But with this style of housing and minimalism, we also get this sort of living room. From a very maximalist living room to a very minimalist, very small, very compact. And even before, when we had 2 to 3 different living spaces, now we're back to 1 living room. And recently what I'm seeing on TikTok is a trend called the beige sofa curse, لعنة الكنب الأبيض, which is basically a contemporary view upon these smaller minimalist houses, whereby now gatherings are not as big as they used to be. They're not reoccurrent. A lot of social changes happened because of this. People are not meeting as much, and whenever someone wants to meet someone, it's always a coffee shop nowadays, and it's not much the house itself, because this living space is not only for the guests, sometimes it's also shared for family members. This is the last slide to my presentation, but I also want to end it to how we build a legacy and towards this. Readaptive use might be one way of this, but when I was delving into housing almost 5 years ago now, I noticed there are not that many academics involved in housing. In the UAE, maybe we only have one Emirati champion for this and a few other smaller scholars that are talking about housing. This is also reflective of the Gulf region itself. So 2 years ago, I actually held a symposium called Future of Gulf Housing, which we're working towards creating a book around it. And you can see the schedule over here, May 2023. So 2 years afterwards, we're working on a book to it. And working on a publication really defies any new technology, to be honest. Like even when today they were talking about AI, AI is great as a tool, but the book always remains king of all publications. That's what I say. Like music goes and comes, radio goes and comes, TV went and came, and books really stood the test of time. So this is what I'm currently working on, trying to compile the insights of this symposium into a large publication. I think our publication now stands around almost 20 contributors writing for this publication. And I end it with this note. I just check how am I doing with time. Okay, we have time, I think, for 1 or 2 questions, if anyone wishes to ask.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you on this wonderful research and presentation. I think it's really deep and thoughtful, and the narratives that you used, it's really amazing. Personally, I was really, let's say, impressed with the level of research and the depth you get into. It's a passion also was for me for a certain period of my career about housing, and I did a lot of researches about housing, Emirati development of housing, tried to push some of the agendas to change the houses, but unfortunately there is a huge bureaucracy when you come to actual practices, that when you want to do a real change when it comes to design. And it comes from not the architecture typology itself, but it will be interesting maybe in your research also to search it. It's about also the urban block, the plot sizes, the guidelines, or let's say the regulation of the authorities, which needs to be challenged, to be honest, to be able to build in more efficient and also socially relevant, let's say, typologies. I really encourage you maybe maybe we discuss after this. I have a lot of things that we could also share and could enrich your research, but also I could learn personally from it. Thank you very much for this one. I have this. Yeah.
Most welcome. Thank you very much for your feedback. Also, just speaking about setbacks, or like speaking about building codes, I think everyone has a problem with the setback being too wide across all sides. Their justification was this is an old law passed in the 1970s to avoid fire, to avoid some sort of these hazards. And more recently, I think Dubai municipality is reviewing a lot of these housing codes. They're now allowing for a second annex for the children who are basically, instead of moving out from their family house, they can continue to reside within their nuclear families alongside their parents' nuclear family. So I think honestly there is some movement going on and change towards such restrictions. But during my research towards Abu Hail, I noticed a lot of people have retrofitted their garages into small grocery stores, laundromats and everything like that, which I felt it supported the whole 15-minute city concept before anyone even thought of that. And I don't have photos here with me, but maybe I can show it to you after the session, whereby how different families really benefited from having these smaller retail units, but also supported the community that way. Yeah, but thank you very much. Yeah.
Again, also, thank you so much for this insightful presentation. I wanted to add on the last point that you just mentioned, which is I heard the word 2 days ago, which is applied economics, and it got me thinking to research what is it. And it's basically what you just mentioned, is that people need to transform their garages to earn more money, or people transform their garages for an extra room. And this is something I heard a lot with my clients when it comes to residential, and you mentioned that as well, is that it needs to be modular. So the idea of modularity, does it happen only in the expansion of the structure, or also with the soul of the space? And why do I mention the idea of applied economics? Because there's a project that always inspires me. I think I mentioned it to some of my colleagues, is by Pritzker Award winner Alejandro Aravena, La Cuenta Monroy, which is a project where they discussed with the social housing the idea of building an 80 square meter house, but because of budget restrictions, they opted to build half a house with 40 square meter, but more durable, more higher quality, and then allow the families to expand towards the next 40 square meter based on their needs, based on their financial capabilities, which gave a character to the neighborhood. When they were building the first half, it was like a cookie cutter, I would say, to a certain extent. But then whenever someone expanded, they added their own touch, own personality, which in the end created a neighborhood that's very thoughtful and colorful. So I think, like, to me, that project always comes back to even what you just showed, people wanting to own their own styles, but you kind of need, as a designer or as an architect, you kind of need to guide them to a certain extent and then allow them for freedom in the future.
Yeah, and also in terms of applied economies, there is now a trend going on whereby the neighborhoods that don't have a lot of F&B or like a lot of cafes or restaurants, the Dubai government now allows you to do a home-based business. So I see a lot of menus popping up in different, next to different garages. Mainly right now what I'm seeing is Nad al-Shibab, because there's not many shopping malls in that area. So a lot of people are taking the initiative to open their own home-based businesses, but also serve the community through, for example, using different applications or calling them in advance to prepare orders. But what you're saying about modularity, I think it's slowly coming into conversation. I had a conversation with Ahmed Bukhash, I think before this trip, about how feasible it is to build a house in 3 stages. And he told me that a lot of clients request for that, having a lot of open spaces or having a lot of spaces dedicated towards future expansion, future thinking. One thing maybe architects should push for is that a room should have multiple functions. A gym will not last as a gym always. So yeah, just closing on that note. How are we on time? Can we take one question? Or okay, I think there's a question in the back.
Thanks for the presentation. It was wonderful. But a quick thing, you didn't really touch on it on the presentation, but there's something about the local houses and them occupying or inhabiting the space between the house and the fence and outside the fence. And I first noticed this phenomena when I was invited by my local friend in Fujairah, and it has a very interesting character where it's almost a mismatch of different interior elements that they bring from the house into the outside. And the outside is sometimes remains between the house and the fence and sometimes extends beyond the fence. And after that, I started noticing that a lot in Abu Dhabi, and we're kind of doing a study and trying to map that out. And I was just wondering if this is something that you can comment on or touch upon. Maybe we can talk about it later.
Maybe we can discuss it in details, but one thing I wish to maybe add upon is that a lot of backyards are changing. There is a habit of backyards now being much smaller because the plot sizes are decreasing. There is also more awareness on picking the right plants, the right landscape, how to create spaces for people to for children to use it. So maybe I'd say 20 years ago, the trend was always just green lawns, well-maintained, lots of flowers, maybe fountains. But nowadays, it's more about how can we rethink about landscape. And a lot of the landscape companies are actually helping clients to rethink of this. But backyards in general, as a trend, they're becoming much smaller, especially with the new regulations of building more annex spaces. A lot of local families appreciate having more storage spaces. And in terms of the backyards, there's an initiative that Dubai government has announced, which is led also in collaboration with Dubai municipality and rethinking public parks so that becomes the collective backyards. And even the naming of this initiative, Hawi Dubai, means Dubai's backyard, which is where a safe space for children from different houses to use on. It will also support densifying neighborhoods and allowing services more easily to be scaled upon. I think, Salim, you would want to introduce the next speakers. So thank you very much again for listening. Thank you.
We will just quickly, thank you Rashid for your presentation. We'll just quickly change the seating a bit and prepare the next presentation. If I can ask Laith and Hamid to come to the front, please. And then we'll move these. And we'll wait for some more audience members to join us before starting. Do you want to cite it?
No, I have it's a lecture.
So you both will just like
Yeah.
Okay, wait. In that case, or you don't want to sit at all.
Then a laptop and my script is here. I don't know.
We'll just wait for some more people to come.
Presentation صح؟ Okay. شغلت المايك؟
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming back and welcome to our next session. Up next, the current presentation we have is Felaj, Of Water Comes Life. This presentation is brought to you by Layth al-Shiyadi and Hamid al-Mutawwar. Layth is an architect, urban planner, and artist based in Muscat, Oman. His multidisciplinary practice explores the intersection of cultural heritage, visual storytelling, and the emotional dimensions of the built environment. Hamid is an Emirati architect and also a visual artist based in Sharjah. His work moves across architecture, exhibition design, urban installation, and research-based projects. In this session, Layth and Hamid will uncover the ingenuity of the Felaj irrigation system and its ongoing legacy in sustainable water management and architectural heritage across the region. So I would like to please welcome Layth and Hamid.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, good morning and konnichiwa. First of all, I'd like to thank Dubai Culture, Sualif and Mibnai for this amazing opportunity and for allowing me to express the intersection between cultures and how can we learn from it in our contemporary life. So today I'm going to talk about the Felaj system, and the presentation will not be on the technical aspect on how the water will be distributed through the system, but rather it's about the civilizational infrastructure and that affected communities and societies and the spatial order in our region caused by this ancient technology. So unlike the other participants who talked about the modern heritage or the contemporary practices, I'm going back millennials, exactly 3 millennials, 3,000 years back, to talk about the root of the civilization of our region, specifically in Oman and in the UAE. So for the spatial and historical foundations for the presentation, I'm going to introduce our region to the Japanese audience. This is the Arabian Peninsula, and the region I'm going to talk about is in the southeastern bit of the peninsula, the region that Oman and the UAE share together. And of course, the civilization is how geography informs culture and how the human need is shaped by the geography. So for instance, we have the Egyptians, that their culture that revolved around the Nile. You have the Mesopotamia, ancient Iraq, which was also built around the two rivers. And like Japan, you have an island nation where the geography of this island have informed the Japanese culture and civilization. Likewise, the context that I'm going to talk about is about the mountains. And as you can see, we have a mountain that stretches from the Hormuz Strait all the way to Sur, and that have shaped the civilization here for millennials. This is a fun illustrated map done by Hadi Al-Qasmi, and it shows the different geographies around the Oman and UAE. You have the desert, you have the mountains, also you have the Sabkha, which are these flat, low-lying depressions where the evaporation exceeds the precipitation, which leads into resulting into an accumulated of salt and minerals in the soil. You have the sand dunes, and of course you have the mountains. So since the dawn of time, this irrigation system was introduced and was even it was at its peak through the ancient Persians who have resided in this part of the world, and also adopted by the Arab tribes and the Arab dynasties later on, and made it even more sophisticated. So this is one example. It's a civilization that was called Salut, and those were the first Arabs who adopted the village system and carried it into our modern times. And this artifact will revisit us later in the presentation. So around village, around water, civilization flourishes. So I'm going to talk about the 3 types of the village system, and that is based on the source of that water. So the first one is called the Dawoodi system, which is the most sophisticated system. It was so sophisticated. People have built stories around it. And the story is that the King David, Malik Dawood, who is a prophet and a biblical figure, both known in Islam and Christianity and also Judaism, was able to commission and command his jinn, which is this metaphysical creatures, to extract water from from underneath the surface. It consists. It's basically it's the less prevalent type of village system. It's only 21% of the entire systems. You have Al-Ghayli system, which is a catchment from the wadi. So the wadi is the valleys that catch the rainwater between the mountains. And it's the most prevalent part since our nations reside on the same mountain range. Also, it's very interesting. One of the most interesting feature about this village system is this feature, which is locally known as Gharraq Fallah. And this is our way of maintaining the water stream despite wadis crossing and interrupting the water stream. So the water goes inside, underneath, and then comes back up uninterrupted, which is very sophisticated. The third type is called Al-Aini, which is basically sourced from geological water sources and hot springs. So this is one thing that our region and Japan share. We have hot springs, and also we have a big hot spring bathing culture, both in winter and summer. And also those hot springs are one of the village sources. And it's interesting because one spring could feed different villages, and depends on your water temperature preference, you can visit any of the villages to choose if that water is the right temperature for you. So now we're going to talk about the social and economic contexts, and Hamid will talk about it.
Okay, so while Laith took us through the historic foundation, different types of floods, now we delve into the social aspect of it. But to begin with, I mean, sometimes in order to understand the context of the UAE, we have to examine and investigate the wider Khaliji, Arabian, Islamic context as well. I will be going briefly now on how those systems continued within the UAE and how they have been preserved in different ways. So here we have like 3 examples. Each one of them reflects a complete different approach. Not only in form or geography, but also in how they have been valued and presented today. Well, starting from the left, we have Hatta Heritage Village in Dubai. I mean, village here is currently part of a recreated environment. However, it still functions. It still irrigates the groves. It connects the mosque with the old town, with the gardens, and as well as the new cafe shops and new touristic attractions. So the visitors currently are allowed to experience how water moved through the community and shaped our day-to-day life. Secondly, we have Al Ain Oasis in Abu Dhabi. Al Ain known to be the garden city of the UAE. And the village here is also agricultural. And I mean, in 2011, the Al Ain Oasis has been chosen to be a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Lastly, at the 8th Fort in Sharjah, this particular one is interesting because the village here is part of a fortified settlement, and it shows how forward-thinking we were. Like, we were thinking about urbanism before the term even existed. The village here connects the fort, the groves, and the wider community, which was a system of defense, economy, and social order as well. And 2 years ago, the complex was added to the Islamic World Heritage Site. So while village existed in ancient Oman and UAE, it was never disappeared. It shifted from a way of survival into a heritage or a touristic attraction as well. So those sites aren't just memory, they are part of, I mean, they show us how the system kept evolving and adapting to a new times and a new meanings as well.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about one example, comprehensive example that showcases the different parts of the village. And I'm going to use the UNESCO listed site, which is Beit or village Al Khatmin. It's in Birkat Al Moz in Oman, and it was listed in 2006. The village stretches for 2.6 kilometers, and it shows the different parts. So with the construction of this village, some tragedy happened, which was a lot of workers have died through the construction of the village. So the families of those workers have demanded that they wanted a share from the water. So the agreement was that 60% would go to the state and for the endowment system, and the 40% of the village would be divided through also an interesting architectural feature that I'm going to present later in this presentation for the private use of those families. So it starts from the mountains. It extracts the underground water, and for those who have visited the Oman Pavilion, it showcased the way they have excavated the underground. So they use this horizontal shaft, and then we have those maintenance vertical shafts to maintain or also to extract whatever is excavated from the underground. And then we have the first source or the first user of this water system, which is the government. That's where the ruler of the tribe or ruler of the state lives. And the priority, of course, is for drinking, then for bathing and sanitary reasons, and then it goes to agriculture. So after the big fort, the water goes to the state mosque, and then this is the architectural feature that I've talked about. It divides the 60 and 40 shares from the beginning, so the rest of the water could go to the private section. And then it goes to the big settlement around the wadi or around the mountain. Some of it would go down to the wadi section, and some of it would be carried on through a structure that is very similar to the Roman aqueducts. Interestingly enough, in the mountainous region of Jabal al-Hijr, we have a lot of watchtowers that frame the landscape, and those were surveillance towers that made sure the security, the water security is being maintained. And one interesting fact about those towers is that as they move further from the settlement, they get smaller and taller, and because the communication would be much harder. And as they go closer to the settlement, they would be bigger and shorter because of logistical reasons. So next time when you visit a mountainous region in both Oman and UAE, make sure that you notice this this interesting
Forms.
Differences. Yeah. Okay. So lastly, after the sanitary reasons and drinking reasons, the water goes through for agricultural reasons, and this is the aqueduct system that I've talked about, and also the rest of the water would be used for endowments and for to supply the ecosystem, so for the wilderness and for the animals. So it's a circular approach that was cooked for over 3,000 years, and we can learn a lot from it. Okay, so as I said, also the shares of the people are divided with time units. So each family would actually have a share based on how much they have contributed to the construction of the village, or how important politically this person is, or they could even trade their shares. So instead of using the full amount of water, they could they could sell their share of water, and then that money would go back into the maintenance of the village. And the volume system also depends on the weather and the precipitation, especially with the Ghaili system. Yeah, and as I said, the priority is for drinking, then bathing, washing, and finally agriculture. So this is the divider that is used to divide the water streams between the families and between the plots. And each family, they would know their share using the sundial. And it's interesting because the share could be for a 12-hour span, or it could be in seconds or like minutes. And you would say, what's the use of those seconds and minutes? Why am I taking water for only seconds? This came to resolve inheritance problems. So if people would inherit their share from their father or for their grandfather, still there's a systematic way of dividing those shares to the inheritance. And the shares doesn't stop when the sun goes down, because even at night people could still measure their shares using those fixed spots in the horizon, which will also measure how much the stars would travel from one point to another. So they have used the nature with them, and I would like to tie it back to the slogan of this pavilion, from earth to ether. Our awareness of what's up there is a continuous journey from the ancient times until the contemporary day. We have the personality of Al-Wakil, which is a central figure in this village system. The job description of this person is wide. He has to have the soft skills to negotiate the different shares and disputes with the shareholders of the village system. He has to have the technical knowledge on how to dig new channels and how to maintain them. And also he has to be good in mathematics to know exactly how much is distributed to each family. So I thought also it's good to share two personalities and how do they look like. As we saw in the Bahraini pavilion, the people in the past, they used to have six packs and they're very strong. And of course, it's not a luxury back then. It is tied to the nature of what they have been working on. Yeah, so now I'm going to leave it for Hamid to talk about the contemporary scene in the UAE, and then I come back to talk about Oman.
So before I jump into the contemporary reinterpretation of al-Falaj system, I want to pause at the modernist era of the UAE. I mean, literally right after the courtyard houses, the Falaj itself, and before our today's shiny glass skyscrapers. So basically the whole idea, or the main ideas behind Falaj is using gravity, managing a flow, and distributing water collectively. And that did not disappear, it just changed in form. Well, here I'm sharing a couple of water towers. I mean, it started in mid to late 60s up to 80s or early 90s. We saw the rise of water towers across cities, neighborhoods, and also some educational institutions. Here are some examples across the UAE. The one on the left is in Dubai. I mean, it's one of the most iconic examples of water towers in the region. And it's no longer in use. However, it has been preserved, maintained, and currently it works as a monument. I mean, the whole park was named after it. It's Al Khazan Park in Dubai. The one in the middle was built into it's a water tower in the public school. The schools that have been built in late 70s, early 80s, they were built to a prototype. So majority of the schools in the UAE, they have the same water tower. So personally, I don't know where this picture came from. It could be anywhere in the UAE. And those towers weren't just designed to function, but also as a visual focal point. And the one on the right, it's Al Khazan in Sharjah. Unfortunately, it has been demolished 10 years ago. And with that, I believe part of the public memory was lost. And what I found powerful about those towers, I mean, because they are a direct interpretation and direct extension. For me, that's the way I see it. It's a direct extension of Al-Falaj system and Al-Falaj logic. They stored water, they distributed it, but also they structured the space. They kind of shaped our urban planning and the way we see cities. So in a way, they were just like vertical Falaj in a way, but they were like modernist, engineered, and more visible. So now I'm gonna move to a fun part of the presentation, kinda. I mean, no more history. Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, at some point, water towers stopped being functional, and then they started to become part of our memory, our nostalgia. So here where artists came. I mean, in this section, I want to focus on the forms, the water towers form that came in the 70s and 80s mainly, than the ones that have been now currently used and interpreted as symbols, and they have been exhibited and referenced. I'll start with the left one. I want to highlight a work of the Emirati artist Roda Al-Kitbi, as blue as Absile Depth. The artwork was commissioned by 1971 Design Space. It have a unique settlement as well. I mean, it settles in an extension of Al-Hajar mountain as well. So this installation, obviously, it doesn't function. However, it doesn't have water, but it holds a presence, and it brings forward that strange or looming shape we have grown around, which is usually ignored or forgotten. In this piece, I mean, we see the logic of Falaj system, gravity, visibility, circulation, that all compressed into a symbolic form. The one in the middle, it's Al-Qasimiyya school. I mean, it's covered here, but yeah, it's Al-Qasimiyya school, and that's the original 70s water tower. It haven't just been preserved. However, it has been acknowledged, exhibited, and had became part of the curatorial narrative of the architecture triennial back in 2019. The third one, I mean, that's a direct influence of the Felaj itself, not the water towers. However, I mean, it's called, that exhibition called Felaj to City by Ahmed and Rashid bin Shabib. Back in 2017, that exhibit was part of the UAE National Pavilion and Expo Milano. And the Felaj system here was exhibited not just as an irrigation infrastructure. However, I mean, they focus also on the social and spatial system. It showed how water shaped public and private life. So the installation was mainly about identity, about a tradition, and how a tradition adapted while space has changed. I mean, now we're moving to the contemporary interpretation of Felaj. One of the key projects that have a direct influence from Al-Felaj, the traditional Felaj, I mean, when we talk about the Felaj system, we are not just talking about the engineering part of it, or the architectural or urbanism part of it. We also talk about how water has shaped the entire environment, how water shaped us as people, and how people moved, settled, lived together harmonically around water. So in this part, I want to shift my focus on the logic behind Felaj system and how it's still showing up today, even though sometimes we don't notice them. Today in places like Al-Hisan, as I mentioned, Al-Hisan master plan in Abu Dhabi, I mean, I believe this site we all talked about, because like it's an interesting site where you have Al-Hisan itself, the modernist cultural foundation, and currently the contemporary extension that I'll be talking about. So it was designed by the Danish architecture firms, Sibra. So Al-Hisan reimagines how water can structure public spaces and contemporary city. So in this project, we see some shallow basins or shallow channels that cuts across the landscaping. It's not functional. It doesn't irrigate any farms, anything. However, they guide movement. They connect the site together. They cool the space a little, and they connect different parts. Also, they anchor the way we move, the way we gather in certain occasions on Qasr al-Hisan. So, to me, this is how Felaj system thinking lives on. Not by copying or mimicking the actual Felaj, but just by asking the same questions. How do we design with land? How do we center people around shared environments? And how water remain as a structural logic, even if it's not, if its function evolved. So another example, the one on the left, is the Founder Memorial in Abu Dhabi. The memorial that's the middle one. The middle one is, I mean, it's the memorial, the Founder Memorial in Abu Dhabi. I mean, we can see there's like a garden within the memorial site, and across that garden there is a traditional Felaj, like an actual Felaj, like a literal Felaj. It does irrigate the land. However, the whole concept of it here is not to irrigate the land, but it works as a memory of the late Sheikh Zayed, Allah yarhamah, and it represents his vision of protecting heritage. Even before the unification of the UAE, late Sheikh Zayed was providing water for free in Al-Ain, and he supported the maintenance of Al-Ain oasis and Al-Aflaj generally. That's why we can see them present in the modern UAE. So placing the Felaj here in this exact space is not an accident. I mean, it represents Sheikh Zayed, Allah yarhamah. Another monument is the one on the left. It's Wahat al-Karama, and it's also in Abu Dhabi. It's a national memorial honoring those who gave their lives in service of the country. And one of the most striking aspects of the design or the monument itself is the linear water that cuts through the monument. It's guided by gravity because we can see different levels, which is also a direct extension of the phelage system. But here it doesn't irrigate, it just carries memory. It moves between different slabs, different levels, and connecting land, spirit, and legacy. The one on the right, it's House of Wisdom in Sharjah, narrow water channel with a slight drop. I mean, there is like a different heights level. It reminded me of the exact system of phelage as well, not in function, but in the term it guides people, the term, the way it let us move around it. And also the building itself, the library itself, it's a place of reflection, meditation, knowledge, and I think the water just added to the atmosphere.
Okay, so before going on and talking about the contemporary interpretation of the phelage system, or at least the Omani one, I'd like to highlight something that both nations share. If you go around Oman and the UAE, you would find a lot of places that are actually named after water sources. You have Al-Ghail, and the word Sharjah, which means where the wadi flows, and there's a lot of places in Oman that's called Sharjah and Shreja, and I also noticed that Sharjah comes from the same root. You have also Al-Misfa and Masafi, and also you have Al-Ain. So all of these names are actually tied back to the very reason societies and cities existed in this corner of the world, which is water. So I'm going to highlight something that some of you have already visited, which is the Oman Pavilion in Expo Osaka. And for those who haven't yet, this is an invitation for you to experience that. So as Hamid said, now the focus is shifted from securing water to securing what values we need to carry with for our future, the know-how, the legacy, the stories, and all of that. So the Oman Pavilion have presented us with something that is very special. It was commissioned in 2023, 2 years ago, by the Bil'Arb bin Sultan Architectural Prize, and it was a very nice window for the Omani youth to express culture without referring to direct visual references. So we haven't used any traditional reference, but we have broken down the essence of our cultural legacy, and we have chosen the water represented by the phelage system, and so the resulted form was this central phelage. It's very linear, which flows above us when we enter the pavilion, and then we have the shade that is caused by the sun and the corridor, and then of course what's carrying this phelage is the wadi, and the experience of the wadi also was abstracted. So instead of bringing the actual components, we have abstracted the spatial quality of the wadi and made it as a resting place for the visitors of the expo, which is public. You don't have to queue for it. Also, it comes with a multi-sensory experience with the coffee shop, with the smells and all of that. And of course, you have the red, which doubles as a symbol for both nations, Oman and Japan. And I'm very excited about the next slide, which is the HE, the Minister of Culture, inaugurating the exhibition using the same bowl that was found in Salute civilization that I have referred to at the beginning of civilization, of my presentation, and that It's a full circle moment for us Omanis, knowing the reference, and also for the rest of the world to see, to hear our story using different language, which is architectural language, and presenting our stories for the rest of the world without using words or language. So yeah, and I'll leave it now for Hamid.
So I call it Expo Legacy. I mean, as Laith mentioned, the ball itself, like the ancient one, that it shows that what we do is a continuation of our heritage, our ancient roots. I mean, at the UAE Pavilion and Expo Dubai 2020, we also see the most direct reference of Falad, which is there. I mean, the pavilion itself sits above a surrounding basin, and while you move around it, you will also notice the Falad system cuts into the stone, which let the water move slowly around it. So it was like a crucial part of the design and the exhibit of the UAE Pavilion. I mean, Dubai Expo 2020 itself, I mean, unfortunately, I hadn't had the chance to visit it, but I'm sure a lot of you have been there. I mean, in UAE Dubai Expo 2020, reimagining water and the water landscape and the urban landscape was a crucial part of the master planning of Expo City. The public spaces at Expo 2020 designed in a really intentional way as part of the environment and the landscaping, where visitors can interact with water. And I mean, it was a central hub. I mean, we used to gather around water, so we wanted to recreate that. So I believe it's a living legacy of sustainability and heritage. I mean, from traditional village networks to modernist water towers, from abstracted urban installations to a full-scale international pavilions. The presence of water in our built environment continues to carry meaning, moment, and it reflects us. And as we reflected on previously on Expo 2015 in Milan, Expo 2020 in Dubai, and now as we stand at Expo 2025 in Osaka, there is a continuous narrative here. And what we see is not just architecture, it's a testimony. I mean, I believe it's a testimony of the UAE and the Gulf as a whole, and their commitment to sustainability, not just as a trend, but as a tradition, also as a commitment to heritage, as an active knowledge. So the village still lives on, not just in channels and pipes, but in how we shape our cities, how we think about them, how our parks, our moments, and also how the way we gather as people. I mean, the village still lives on.
Okay. Thank you.
So, do we have any questions here?
Yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very insightful. I have one question. We naturally know that how water was influencing the civilization all around the world, and even in the countries that they were enriched with water resources, fresh waters. We again say, its impact on their culture. But my main question is that should we keep that culture still in our modern architecture and civilization? Because, for example, we can see the system that you have, a system of falaj that you have introduced. We have the similar system of qanats, which in Oman it is used, in Iran it is used a lot. And due to this system, we see this structure of oasis that we have, or in Arabic, wahe, if I'm wrong, that they are forming. Please correct me, because I have been living in Oman for 5 years. And you can, I think, if I am wrong, please correct me. I think we can still see this oasis structure in the city design of, for example, in Oman. In Muscat, you can see that we have areas such as Al-Sib, Azeiba, or this area that you can see a little bit of, population density. After that, there is again no population, and again population density. And we can see a very long city that is formed across along the coast. Yes. Yeah. But I think it's kind of becoming an issue in the modern structure of the, for example, city, because we need to keep these businesses in contact with each other. Or if we want to connect pipelines, because now due to increase of population, probably we cannot use underground water. Yeah, yeah. It would be dangerous. We are taking the structure of the subsurface and causing land subsidence. So even desalinization and making pipelines that are that long, it would be very difficult and costly. So my question is that, as an architecture and civil engineers, we have to keep that heritage and we apply it into the modern architecture, or no? We say that it was useful at this specific time, we had the benefit, and now we have to put it aside. Yes. And
even in the contemporary context, the village system still is dependent on when it comes to local agriculture. So in the instance of Muscat, for example, the villages that are closer to the mountain, they are still dependent on the village system because they were ancient, unlike the modern or the metropolitan part of Muscat, which is closer to the sea. Sib, Udayba, also Udayba, this is like a water source name. They are still living and they are dependent on it. But when it comes to incorporating the village system in the modern contemporary life, I think we need to look at it not from a water supply point of view, but from a cultural point of view. This is something that we should cling on and cherish and learn from. And the examples that we've provided, me and Hamid, show how can we use the symbolism of the village and carry it on into the contemporary and modern life. But when it comes to agriculture, of course, the population is booming, and no one could depend on the village to drink water or for sanitary reasons. That's why we have, big. What's it called? The big stations that convert seawater into a potable water. We depend on that in modern day. But when it comes to using the same system for modern life, I think it's a challenge.
So you basically mean that it is better to use it as a mostly decoration and historical aspect in the modern design?
Yes, it can be, but I think that one of the things we tried to do here in the lecture, we wanted to highlight different aspects of village. I mean, the village as a technical aspect, or also the social and economic part of it. I mean, even for the examples, the modern and the contemporary example that we presented, some of them are actually functional. So it depends on the client itself, the context itself, whether we want it to be just there for aesthetic purposes, or we want to just abstract the social part of it, and some farms, I believe they still use them, maybe in a smaller scale, yes. But yeah, it actually depends on the context itself. But we can use it whether it's abstract or functional village. Yeah, I mean, so it's just the village thinking itself.
The focus of the presentation is not the engineering part, but what can we learn from it? I'll give you one example. The residents and the people of those mountains that have the village system, they are known for being good traders. Why? Because it's in their DNA. How can they manage the scarce resources that they have? Water, financial, even food security. So they become very good and very conscious about retaining the source first of all, and then how can we make the most out of it. So one intangible aspect of it is this society that is good in trade and good in negotiation and good in mathematics. You know, the job description of wakil kind of sums it all for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe we are short on time, so if we have any questions, we can take them after the lecture.
Sure, yeah. Anyone? Mariam, Khulud, no one?
Or even if anyone has a question here.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Then go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. It was a pleasure of delivering this lecture with Laith. So yeah, thanks again.
Yes, thanks for coming.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the quick break that we had. Today, in our second day of the symposium, titled as Pillars of Arish Architecture and Transition, we are now ending the symposium with the last two sessions. This session is moderated by Salim Al-Suwaidi, curator and the founder of Swalif Art Publishing and Consultancy House, who's going to be in a conversation with Abdullah Al-Mulla, who's an architect, founder of Studio Mulla. And Abdullah Al-Mulla is heavily involved in artistic installations, residential designs, and commercial designs as well. But for this session, we are mainly going to highlight on pavilions and Abdullah's experience in designing them, executing them, etc. I leave the floor to my colleague Salim Suwaidi to begin this session.
Thank you, Rashid. I will start by just giving you an introduction to Abdullah, if that's okay. Abdullah Mullah is an Emirati architect based in Dubai. He received his Bachelor of Architecture from Wittenberg University in San Diego. And then in 2018, Abdullah founded his design studio, Mullah, all caps. Abdullah's creative practice is driven by the creative energy constantly in flux, going into the unknown. The methodologies are perceived as a sequence of theoretical and visual design explorations within a focused subject by using patterns and geometry as regulators in setting the design guidelines. Abdullah simultaneously studies the subject's attributes to develop them through a preliminary study of concepts and prototyping, creating a feedback loop to learn, repeat, and advance. I'm very glad to be having you here with me, Abdullah.
Pleasure is mine.
I wanted to start off by first asking you, before we even ask you to define a pavilion, before we even ask you what a pavilion is, I'm curious why you started to fall in love with pavilions and how did your practice lead to this love?
I think first it starts with reflection. But I remember during my architectural studies, they divide the studios into segments. So you first start with like houses, then museums, then more residential design, and then you get into structures, and then your thesis. And I've always felt, looking up to the students in the, higher years, I was always gravitating towards structures. I'm interested in these details and how they become a space. So I think that's where my curiosity came, towards these pavilions and structures, into these ideas that can be concreted into experiments.
So with this idea of experiments becoming concrete, how would you define a pavilion then, to begin with? Is it a structure? Is it a sculpture? Where do you define a pavilion?
In simple terms, I would say they're experiments, at least in my opinion. I always give this analogy in the fashion world. When you see in the catwalk, you see the ladies walking, and you're like, who's going to wear this? But I think they're experimenting. They're trying to showcase new ideas, new forms, new materials. And this is where I feel pavilions are architects' attempt to experiment with space, with function, with materials, having the detail go to become the space, having an object becomes the new space. Ultimately, you need a bit of both. You need it to be a bit artistic, a bit sculptural, a bit functional, and only by looking at people's reaction towards this pavilion, you will know if whatever you wanted to test is successful or not. In any case, I think you'll be successful in the learning process.
Yeah. Hopefully we can show some of Abdullah's pavilions in the presentation here. But while we're on this topic of experience, how can we draw this line between whether a pavilion is structural, whether it's a shelter and it's a space, versus when it becomes a sculpture, when it becomes something that's static or built and in place?
I mean, if you think about it, even a shelter is a function, even a statical sculpture has a function of admiration. People look at it, people gravitate towards it, and I think as humans, we tend to adapt. So I think when it's a sculpture, an architect is trying to evoke a feeling. And if it's a shelter, then they're trying to emphasize the idea of a function. In both cases, they're trying to deliver something. I read the sentence a few days ago that usually they say form follow function, and I read on someone's profile form follow feelings, and I really like that because to a certain extent, I think pavilions really try to do that. The form of a pavilion is trying to deliver a feeling, and I think you'll be successful in both cases, whether it was a sculpture or a shelter.
Do you think you gravitate towards one over the other? And if so, which and why? Because I feel like your work is very sculptural, but still functional. So which one do you think you yourself implement into your design philosophy the most?
Knowing my design process, obviously it depends on the project, but knowing my design process, I am always trying to be function driven. I want the structures to have logic, to have meaning, to have future life, and I think functionality to me is so important because I have this idea that function is the bedrock of any pavilion. Once you get that, it's much easier to manipulate the form, to cater to that function. But I think the opposite is a bit hard, at least from my practice. Whenever I like a shape and I try to fit a function in it, you tend to feel that there's something that's not working. But if you have the proper function as the base, and then you try to let the form wrap around it, it tends to work better.
So if we're talking about like this, the foundation, what works better, what doesn't, how would you define success then in a pavilion? Like for me, for example, if I can share my own perspective, I think the UE Pavilion has a success factor in it that it's one of the few pavilions that doesn't require a line to enter, right? And it's very open, free, and people can roam and explore. People can come in and come out and then come in again and come out again. So I think that it really serves a goal here. It's successful in its circulation, right? How would you define success in a pavilion?
So most of the projects that we do start with this idea of a question. I think if we stay on this page, I can continue on that because in this pavilion, we were asked to design a sustainable pavilion because it was the year of sustainability, COP28. And we started asking ourselves this idea of what is sustainable. And through the research, we stumbled upon this picture of late Sheikh Zayed. And I loved the idea how he's using the palm tree to create shade, to lean against the trunk for support. I like that he's using its fruits and the dates to eat. There are these palm frond weaved baskets. He used one resource to create multiple functions. And then came the idea of, can I create a pavilion made out of palm only? Because to me, that was the idea of success. And after we finished the pavilion, after we constructed it, thankfully we were able to create majority of it, I would say 90%, 95% made of palm only. So, but there were some challenges. Because when you set the question, then some other challenges come that you try to answer through your pavilion. If I can see a picture of the pavilion, next. So basically, if you see in this example, we used the trunks as columns, but we were like, okay, this is the nostalgic thing that people will remember from this pavilion that they're used to. But can we take other elements that they're used to and reform them in different shapes? So for example, there was the khus mat, the sarud, but then we were like, okay, let's try to give it a different form and then plug it into computational design, because this is something else that we like to do, is we like the future. As much as we like the past, we love the future. So we use computational design to recreate patterns for the ceiling to inform. Another element of surprise for us was, if you don't mind showing the next page, the flooring. So there was this idea that we wanted to use the palm. Can we slice the palm trunk to create wooden flooring? As you can see, some of it was successful. The inner part of the trunk is not usable, but the outer part is very usable. So we were able to create the flooring out of the palm. It smelled like you're in a farm, a palm farm, which was something unexpected. But because of our desire to ask this question, can we create a pavilion that's entirely made out of palm, is that it it gave us different answers. So I feel the success came on how much was that question answered. And I think I'm very happy with that. Adding to the success is when people interaction come in, where you see that you find people from different places around the world feeling nostalgic to this pavilion. Someone comes and asks for this design to be implemented in different places. Some of them that come and feel inspired because they're like, I'm so familiar with this material, but this is the first time that I see it in this way, in this form. I think all these things are a success to me.
Do you think about these things while you define and design your pavilion?
You cannot think of all of them. So you can think of some. For example, the placement of the columns is intentional to allow for people from all sides to come because we knew the site, but you cannot know that someone is gonna come, because there's one lady that literally asked me, can you make this as my wedding kosher? So like the wedding background, and I cannot design for that. Like I cannot, but that's when you're successful, because you evoke someone's imagination to take the structure and place it in a different context. And this is why I love pavilions. They do that. Architecture gives you feelings, obviously, but pavilions are like different types of experiments.
So I have a question that maybe is tricky. You said form follows function, or sometimes function follows form. Does site follow pavilion, or does pavilion follow site?
Oh, depends on the question, right? So if I know that in this pavilion, I need a lot of people to come to it, experience it. So I feel it doesn't necessarily follow the site as much as it follows your way of thinking of how many people you want to bring in. What is the feeling that you want to deliver? So for example, if I knew that the feeling I wanted to deliver is something that I wanted it to be more controlled, so obviously it won't be as open as it is right now. So I think the form follows the feeling.
I think feeling is rooted in the structure itself ultimately. On top of that, I wanted to then see, do you think that this idea of a pavilion doing something, right, beyond its function, beyond its facilitating congregation, beyond its symbolic nature, do you think doing something is a necessity? Or how else can a pavilion be impactful without necessarily doing something? If it makes sense.
I think if it's doing something, then it's trying to. I guess there's this idea of. I think the metabolism era in Japan tapped on it, is that sometimes we need to let structures grow over time. And I think sometimes maybe pavilion can allow for that, in a sense that they can be modular, they can be expandable, they can be placed in certain places, and not necessarily for a certain function, but you allow the neighbors to decide what can the function be. So I am sure if you place this structure in a, let's say, certain area of Dubai like Al Quoz, which is supposed to be industrial and creative, will be way different than placing it around Al Khwanij, which is a bit more residential. The use of it will be different. So it can be the same structure, but it can have different functions. Funny enough is that this structure traveled to 3 different locations. So we did it for Dubai Design Week at D3, then it went for COP28 next to the UAE Expo Pavilion, and later on it moved to the Cultural Foundation. And what's funny is that in every one of them, it had a different function. The first one was for the Design Week. The second one, they hosted sustainable talks in it. And then the Cultural Foundation, they hosted poetry sessions. So this is something I think was very poetic and amazing to me. I didn't design for it, but it's a learning that I took from the pavilion moving around.
This is a very technical question, but did the pavilion structure move, or did the design and concept that you created here move? So did you then refabricate the pavilion every time?
No, actually we had to maintain some parts where you disassemble and reassemble, but I think definitely the pavilion moved, and it moving to me felt like people are liking it in a certain way, which allowed me to reflect a lot, like why are people liking it, why is it moving to different places? And I think there's something successful in that I'm trying to push forward. But I think that also comes to the next idea of movable structures, because it was literally a moving type of architecture that I've never designed for. Usually when you design pavilions, they get dismantled or recycled, but this is the first one that I think moved to different locations. And funny thing is that every time it moves, someone tells me it feels like it fits there. The first one, it was fitting because it was against the glass blocks of Design District. So it was creating a contrast. When it went to the expo, for the COP, it was people said it felt like it's within the environment. And then when it went to the Cultural Foundation, also people felt like, oh, it's very cultural. I had like someone from Egypt who had like a 2-hour talk saying how it reminded him of his culture. So I think like sometimes you cannot design for such things, but if the design works, it will by itself expose.
Yeah, like having a life of its own.
Yeah.
I wonder, did you think to yourself that this would be a long-term sort of initiative? Or did you think this is a one-time commission?
I really thought so. But like it was one of those projects where at the beginning I was exhausted from the previous exhibition and I was contemplating should I do it or not. But I took the challenge and it worked. And from the first day is when people started asking me to move it to their, because the structure was bought from another entity, but I had different mainly governmental entities talking to me, asking me to move it to their site.
I bring this up because I think about sustainability when it comes to pavilions and how can we ensure practicing sustainable ethos when we commission people to make pavilions, when we create new pavilions. You know, sometimes people sell pavilions, sometimes they get reused. What do you think are some of the most creative ways to continue the life of a pavilion? So yours has been traveling.
Yeah.
Not a lot of pavilions can travel. What do you think are some creative ways to keep them longer?
I think the usability of its materials and how you make it can help. Just to give an example of this one and then the next one as well, is that because I knew that this pavilion will move, so I designed it in a modular way. But there's that idea also that you should think of a material that ages well, because you want it to live longer. And then there's this idea of not necessarily just traveling, but also having the flexibility of different functions, because that allows people to rethink and recreate what can we do with the space. I think we see this trend of hybrid spaces coming in, or some people call them third places. And I like this idea that maybe pavilions can start to act like third places.
Yeah. Speaking of materials, what are some materials that you think are underappreciated or underutilized back home for anything from a pavilion to other just construction in general that we can start integrating into pavilion building and design? I mean, here obviously we have Datecrete outside on the pavement, which is an amazing innovation using the date pits to create concrete. We have these palm fronds obviously as the pillars. Is there anything else that you can identify?
I wouldn't identify specific materials, but I would categorize them as contextual materials, where you should start thinking of materials that ages well with your environment, materials that are, I wouldn't say scrap, but easily accessible within your environment. And there's a lot of waste that I wouldn't call it waste, because I would call them a lot of resources that need a second life. So think about that, because it's very easy to go and say, oh, I'm just gonna go shop for new material, newly branded materials. But it gives you a bigger task and a much better satisfaction when you know that whatever material you used had a previous life and you're giving it a new life.
In your life, are there any pavilions that stand out to you that have left an imprint in your mind?
I wouldn't say necessarily one pavilion, but I always enjoy the Serpentine Pavilion in London, because to me is like this idea of, okay, it's a new architect every year. What are they going to do? What are they going to showcase? And what I love also that it's different every year. So it follows the architect's methodology. BR could take a small square and turn it into this pavilion. another architect can transform it to be something more cultural, another one that can make you, feel something underground. So their take on pavilion is something I really admire.
Is there something that you think is challenging then in that process of, if we have a space that we commission someone every year to come and create a pavilion in it, what do you think are you as an architect the biggest challenges you face when you get proposed and asked to create a pavilion for some sort of festival, event, biennale, expo?
Yeah.
What are the first things that come to your head as like red flags and, okay, I need to think about this first?
I think when it's branded, that's, I think, is my main issue, and maybe something I was guilty of doing. Because the pavilion is not something that you use to market a company or a brand. It should really speak out of your desire to experiment. So when you make it branded, you already give it this image of, what it's gonna look like. The colors of that brand, so you associate it with it. So I think, at least moving forward and working with the previous client and future clients, I always get that idea that you need to understand that when I'm gonna come and design, I will have my philosophy really embedded within this pavilion, within this design, whether it was architecture, interior, whatever, more than the brand itself. Especially that maybe in pavilions, you don't really think of the commercial aspect so much as like if someone's opening a commercial space, then okay, you understand that. But if it's a pavilion, it's way less of a branded item than a commercial space.
So how do you go about, the necessity to commercialize everything is something that we have to undergo to be able to fund a lot of these projects, right? How do you think we can navigate that when it comes to pavilion making? What are the main challenges with trying to avoid commercialization? Like, I think maybe the whole idea of marketing, like you brought up, like making merchandise out of everything, or I don't know, maybe not making merchandise is a problem too. Like maybe it doesn't live if you don't create some sort of archival history of it. What do you think are these commercial struggles that we might have?
I think you'll always find intersections in your desire to create something. Like I'll just give a simple example. For example, if you're working at the Roads and Transport Authority, you'll eventually need to design a bus stop. If you're working at ADNOC, you'll eventually need to design a gas station. Give me any entity, and I will be able to find a budget that they allocated for a certain thing that can be turned into a public pavilion space. So I think this is a very important skill for all architects and designers, is to create their opportunities rather than just wait and allow for an entity to come and approach them. So it comes out of desire of creation that you will find your opportunities.
And speaking of creating an opportunity, if you had a dream opportunity or a dream pavilion that you would like to work on, whether it means we've spoken a lot about adaptive reuse these past 2 days, whether it means readapting an existing site into a pavilion, like a gas station into a pavilion would be very interesting, or just a completely new idea of a pavilion that you hope to wish to bring to life someday.
In my second year, one of my professors gave me a case study of the Spanish pavilion in Shanghai, 2010, and that kind of stuck with me into following it's ironic that we're in Expo, but into following this idea that there is this field of experiments that every country is trying to showcase their culture through pavilions. So I think Expo is everybody who loves pavilions a dream to represent his country's achievements, stories, materiality through a pavilion. But aside from that, there are a lot of these hybrid spaces. Like you said, the first idea of coming to change a typology from industrial warehouses to restaurants and offices. I think I would like to one day be able to create that hybrid of a space where something that felt unexpected becomes the normal thing to do.
I'm very satisfied with the knowledge that I've gathered here. One thing that I really want to focus on as a takeaway from this conversation is this idea of placemaking. You're creating a place at the end of the day, and this place suddenly becomes its own body, and it has its own rules and functions and feelings. So if you had one note to leave us in this session before we open up to questions, what's this final remark that you can share about pavilion making?
I think when coming to create a pavilion, there is this poetic idea about not necessarily designing a space to be a bedroom or a living room. It's a single-use space that can be reinterpreted to be anything. And there's a beauty in that, and keep it this way, because that's how people are going to come and make it more playful, more adaptive. Thank you.
Abdullah, if we have any questions.
Thank you so much for the insightful discussion. I'm just curious more about the engineering of the first pavilion. What was it really made of, and are there any challenges that you faced during construction? Are these real palm trunks, or are they filled in with steel structure inside? Can you tell us more about that?
So, as I said, I tried to maximize the usage of palm tree as a resource. But I thought also we need to understand that we are in today's world. We have materials that could allow us to create, bigger spans, better structures, things that back in the day were not possible because of lack of materials. So the trunks are natural. They weren't enforced, but the structure below it is where the enforcement comes. But that was also used. I tried to use natural materials, which is wood, to create it. So there's the enforcement on the ground floor, and then the floor mats or the khus on top, they had a metallic ring connecting them as well, just to hang the pieces. And then they were the metal structures were covered to at least lower the vision of these, I would say, foreign materials. But there were challenges with the number of mats on top. We had more than 700, and I think all suppliers went crazy. Like, who's this guy who's trying to scout for all of them? We had to borrow some from Oman also. So it was an interesting, process. But I think it was a nice challenge because it gets you out of your comfort zone and of the reachability of what's within.
I wanted to ask, where did you resource them? Because it's interesting that you couldn't find a lot, and maybe now suppliers are more interested to reuse the palm fronds to create such things to be again.
Definitely, and I think this is where the main element that gave it this idea of nostalgia is that people saw something that they're so familiar with, but used in a different way. And I think it allowed them to think, okay, what else that is around me and in front of me that I can take and use in a different function? And that, to me, was at least my personal success.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. I know that you said you did this for Art Dubai, I believe.
The Dubai
Design Week.
For the Abwa Pavilion.
So my question is, when you come up with the idea, do you self-fund it in terms of resources and even financially, or do you get or does someone have faith in what you come up with, so they like fully fund it?
Well, I think they had faith in this project, but I think luckily it was after the project we did in London Design Binali. So sometimes it's a crippling effect. That's why we need to support each other, because that's why you need to expose yourself as well. Sometimes certain projects will evoke, other people's interest in your work. In the same location, I did a pavilion for Audi, They were releasing a new car, and literally, because when they approached me, I also wanted to know, like, how did you guys approach me? What did you see? Just for me to know, so I can build on it. And they're like, simply, like, you came the year before it in 2018. I did it in 2019, and I came in 2018 just to say hi to them. And I don't know, I don't know what did I say that made them feel that, oh, this architect has something to do. And then they approached me, we did an interview, and then they took it from there. So you never know what incident to be in the right place at the right moment. And I'm telling you, I'm very lucky to be blessed in this ecosystem that supports to an extent that I cannot even imagine. I don't know what did I do in life. I feel very lucky. But also, obviously, it needs to come with these challenges of you need to deliver as much as you can. But if you're in the right place in the right time, hopefully everybody will support you for sure.
Inshallah, we see every architect here designing a UAE pavilion at expos in the future. I think this is the wrap up of our conversation. Oh, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful speech.
Thank you so much.
I'm not expert of architecture, but I have a very I am very interested in your speech in view of sustainability and design.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Very basic question. And what is the difference of the structural characteristic of the palm tree, and to ordinary common trees in Japan or these countries, such as pine trees or cedars?
Yeah.
Could you explain?
For sure. I'm not also a very expert in landscape and trees, but from my experience is that some trees are more solid, and the palm tree is more fibrous. I think someone gave us also a note, was Rashid, that said, sorry, Laith, that palm trees are more like grassroots. So they have this structure that's more fibrous. So it's more not solid. So you cannot really use it in a lot of functions. But I guess this is where you come and you look at what are your challenges and rethink, okay, what can I do with it? Since it's a fibrous structure, what type of function will use this fiber structure of the palm tree in a good way? But I think a lot of people back in the day, they were successful in using the palm tree for everything. Like they used the dates to eat. They use the leaves to create household items, the trunks and fronds for architecture. So I wouldn't say it's a weak material. You just need to keep it in a certain way for it to keep its integrity and structure. But yeah, that's why I think you see less Arish or palm architecture because of its longevity. Unfortunately, it doesn't have a lot of longevity like other types of wood. Yeah, for sure. So I think the weather allows the trees in Japan to be stronger versus, I think, the trees in our environments.
Just to add on that, I think it's just the type of wood is hardwood, what we have in Japan, yes. And you get some sort of softwood, but hardwood. Like, for example, the ring. The ring is specific because of the wood they're using, and here it's just a different type of wood fiber. Yeah, that's all.
But I think that comes with its own beauty, is that each tree is very contextual. So even the palm tree, there is dates palm tree, coconut palm tree, different types of palm trees. So because it lives in that environment, its fragility comes its beauty, and you just need to use it within that form. The hardness of the wood in Japan is because of certain things, and that kind of represents the culture in Japan in a way, so you need to use it in different sense. So embrace whatever you have around you, and that's kind of sustainable as well, is that you don't always go, if you're in Dubai, you go look for Japanese wood and bring it back home. It could work, but it won't feel like it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so much.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're gonna have the closing session for our symposium. Unfortunately, we're ending. I don't want this to end, sort of. And first of all, thank you for Abdullah Al-Mulla and for Salim on the previous session. And now with that, we're gonna just move to the last session by Mariam Ahli on reshaping historical districts in Dubai, challenges and opportunities. Mariam, the podium is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me again. Ending this two-day symposium will be with us walking through the story of the Shindaga Museum and the Shindaga Historical District, a space that has undergone one of the largest cultural restorations and curatorial transformations in the city of Dubai. In the museum, our goal wasn't simply to preserve old Our goal in the museum wasn't simply to preserve old buildings, but to actually reactivate a living neighborhood. Through architecture, storytelling, and public participation, we reimagined how a museum can function in the heart of a city, on the creek where life first began in the city of Dubai. We'll explore the process of restoring over 160 historical buildings, curating 22 thematic pavilions, integrating oral histories, and designing for both authenticity and modern use. This is not just about the past, it's also about us shaping identity and a place for generations to come in the future. Shindaga is not a static museum. It's a living heritage district where memory is embedded in walls, alleyways, and the stories that we tell. It is a representation of how we currently live our heritage, the way we speak today, the way we dress, the way we eat, the way we greet people, the way we also behave is all deeply rooted in our identity. The museum itself comprises more than 80 traditional houses in the wider neighborhood, occupied by themed pavilions, each dedicated to different aspects of Emirati culture. We have the culture of the sea pavilion, life on land, traditional food, faith and jewelry, traditional crafts, and also life on land, perfume, and faith. What makes it unique is the way collections, architecture, and storytelling integrate together. We didn't place heritage behind glass. We placed it within its original environment. The most important asset we have to highlight in the Shindaga Museum is the district itself. Our mission was never to simply show heritage. It was to connect people to it. We aim to preserve and document the tangible and intangible, yes, but equally important was engagement. We wanted a museum that speaks to, not about its community. We didn't want people not to relate to the context. This means we had to center local knowledge. We had to collect oral histories, ensure that both Emiratis and visitors could see their lives, their stories reflected within the experience. It became a platform for dialogue, not just display, especially considering that our heritage, like we said, is a living one. Our vision was long-term, to use heritage not as a mirror to the past, but a bridge to the future. As Dubai evolves, so must its museums, becoming spaces of continuity rather than nostalgia. We imagined the Shundaga as a model for cultural sustainability, where heritage is active, educational, and also economically embedded. This aligns with Dubai Culture's broader mission, to safeguard identity while fostering innovation and inclusion. We are, after all, the guardians. Now I'll take you through the cultural heritage in terms of rehabilitation, design, and storytelling. I will be brief because a lot of this was covered by my other colleagues over the two-day symposium. In terms of restoration and scale, this project was in collaboration with the Architectural Heritage Department in Dubai Municipality and also the Department of Economy and Tourism in Dubai. It involved restoring over 160 traditional buildings, which were houses and mosques, as well as some commercial shops, across approximately 169,000 square meters. We mapped the district's wind towers, coral stone walls, and wooden elements such as mashrabiyas, doors, and windows. Restoration here was not about aesthetic accuracy alone, it was about what is the restoration's purpose. We worked with traditional materials and conservation practices, but also had to introduce modern utilities and accessibilities for the museum to be up to museum international standards. The goal was to bring the neighborhood back to life, and for that we had to find creative solutions to exhibition design and display, given the limitations that we have. Like Rashid explained in his previous presentations, the rooms are very narrow, but the narrowness came from the limited width of the chandal woods which were imported to build these traditional houses. So how can we tackle that? To tackle that, we had to actually start covering a few of the courtyards to increase exhibition space. And to create immersive experiences. We had to look at door heights. In a lot of our traditional houses, the doors are actually very low. So how do we make those accessible? They had a step. How can wheelchairs enter? So we had to remove the step, but what we did is we took that wooden piece and embedded it within the flooring so that it's a historical, it's a small contribution to what it used to be. In terms of its architectural heritage, here it tells the story. It tells stories of resilience, adaptation, and mostly comfort. The houses are built for climate and for our culture. They play on dichotomies of public and private. They maximize cooling and ventilation techniques through barjeel wind towers, internal courtyards for privacy, and thick coral walls for insulation. We approached each restoration as a form of architectural storytelling. Our teams used traditional materials, rebuilt and restored destroyed elements, and reinterpreted certain places to host new uses, all without, again, erasing or highlighting their historical function. It couldn't just be a technical conservation. What we looked at is curatorial architecture. The museum's model. The museum isn't a single building. We broke out from that frame. It's a district-wide network. It is the UAE's largest heritage destination. You move through narrow alleyways and spacious courtyards, entering themed houses that explore Emirati life. Each pavilion plays on the tangible and intangible, where we try to be immersive, blend architecture, object, sound, scent, and testimony to recreate place-based memories. This open-air model invites wandering and discovery. It reflects the non-linear nature of memory and heritage. We encourage getting lost. It is part of the experience. We want you to get lost, find yourself in a narrow alleyway, and the next minute you're in one of our pavilions. Take the perfume house, for example. Here, the visitors can smell the materials used in Emirati perfumery and daily customs from oud to amber. In the culture of the sea pavilion, you hear chants of pearl divers and the creak of wooden boats. In the people and faith pavilion, you hear oral histories recounting memories, rituals, and resilience. In Life on Land, we explore how the different elements shaped our environments. from the tangible water, flora, and fauna to roots of trade, travel, and even folkloric expressions. This isn't object-focused curation. It's experience-based, and it is storytelling, designed for engagement across different audience groups. We face challenges in preservation. How do we balance between what is authentic and what is functional? And that was complex. How do you make spaces that are safe, that are accessible, and also climate controlled without compromising their historic authenticity and integrity? What we try to do as much as possible, and where the nature of the architectural heritage allowed, is to use reversible techniques and also minimal interventions. In a lot of these areas, you will see that nothing is actually on the historic fabric. Everything is offset, so it could be reversible. The original architectural heritage is always maintained and highlighted and also overall celebrated. The most important challenge, though, was the honoring of intangible history in these spaces. How the spatial memories of residents, the emotions embedded within these spaces, or the quiet of a mosque at dawn can be understood for visitors who have not experienced these areas. Community engagement was at the heart of this project. We collected hundreds of oral stories and engaged with many subject matter experts to be able to tell the story. Families donated items, documents, photos, tools, jewelry, each layered with meaning. These weren't just additions to exhibitions, they were actual curatorial foundations to the museum's experience. They helped us dismantle institutional hierarchies of what a museum is. A museum should not collect on its own with its own curatorial vision. The museum has to not only be for the public, the museum is from the community and for the community. We didn't structure the museum by time period. We structured it by theme and experience. Storytelling guided every decision, from object placement to architectural and design approaches to visitor flow. We layered narratives, personal, communal, architectural, and also commemorative of the space. This reflects how actual memory works. Memory is not linear. Memory is intuitive and emotional. Al-Shindaga Museum is also aligned with the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan, which prioritizes walkable, inclusive, culturally embedded neighborhoods that overall safeguard traditional heritage and its historic built environment. Heritage should not be on the sidelines. It is central to sustainability and mostly identity. This district proves that preservation and progress are not opposites. Preservation and progress should be partners in any urban development. We just don't preserve heritage, we also activate it, and this is to ensure life continues to take place in these places that once were. We host school groups, art festivals, craft workshops, and educational programs across our facilities and in alignment with academic curriculum where applicable. This is cultural sustainability. Keeping traditions alive, not just in books, but in actual practice, in the communal places where we believe are vessels for knowledge share and exchange. Can you play the video? I leave you with a short video of Al-Shindaga, highlighting its different architectural heritage within the urban fabric of Dubai. What we should know about Al-Shindaga is it's placed on the creek. The creek is the original pulsing heart of the city. We have 3 historic districts, of which Al-Shindaga is one. It is where the royal family of Dubai, the ruling family, resided when the city was first established. You can see a lot of examples of mosques, traditional architecture, heritage, decorative elements. Al-Shindaga is walkable, it is alive, you can walk around, smell different scents, get lost in these narrow alleyways and find yourselves in different pavilions while you're visiting. And with this, we end our 2-day symposium. I would also like to welcome you all in our museums and in our conference ICOM Dubai 2025, which we will be hosting inshallah from 13 to 17 November later this year. We hope to see you all. Thank you.
So I think maybe I have the worst speech to give today because I think it's the saddest one. Yeah, we'll wait. I think no one else cares, but let's wait for Rashid and Salim. Okay. ما يبون يصيحون يمكن. لا اوريدي خلاص. لا انا بعد. Should I wait? Yeah. Hi. Where's your partner? It's not time for a break yet. You have to wait 5 more minutes. Yeah, of course. So I don't want to say anything formal, but I think we should formally just, I think for the sake of us, it's the time to say bye to the trip and the symposium. I think if I feel anything, I feel pride in our talents, in all the content that we share today. I think a lot of this was about giving and taking. We've all shared knowledge, we've shared experiences together, we've shared dialogue. It's been an exchange on multiple levels, whether on institution and individual, an exchange of cultures. I think, we see ourselves as an architectural family. And if anything from my side, I think what I would take away from these past few days is, having trust in the future of Dubai, the future of the UAE, especially if we're entrusting it with our architectural heroes today. And I just really want to take a moment to give a round of applause to our stars. I might cry, but it's been a pleasure to work with both of you. I think you've put so much dedication, time, passion, and commitment to make every detail. I think you've put the team before anyone else. You've thought of everyone's well-being. We wanted, I think the message to go to the world, and I think it has. So really thank you. And again, thank you to all of the speakers, the delegates. It wouldn't have been without every essence and every soul and every participation from your side. So thank you so much. I'm not gonna